Ready to go?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. We'll go ahead and start the special Southgate City Council meeting. It is Tuesday, April 28th, 2026. It is now 5:30 p.m. Madam Clerk,
Mayor Barron,
present.
Vice Mayor Rios. Present. Councilmember Avalos,
Present.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Present.
Councilmember Davila,
Present.
City Treasurer De La Paz,
Present.
City Manager Houston,
Present.
and City Attorney Salinas is not here yet.
He's respectfully asking if he can complete some work, and he'll be here for the 6:30 meeting and closed session.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number one, Madam Clerk.
The City Council will consider certificates of appreciation to the Baker to Vegas event participants. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Yes, I'd like to go ahead and read the certificate of appreciation to our officers that participated in the Baker to Vegas Challenge Cup Relay. The certificate of appreciation reads, presented by the Southgate City Council on behalf of the citizens of Southgate to the officers in recognition of your outstanding dedication and support to the Baker to Vegas Challenge Cup Rally. Your commitment, teamwork, and perseverance have played a vital role in the success of this demanding law enforcement relay event. Your effort embodies the spirit of camaraderie, endurance, and excellence that define this race. Your contribution to the city of Southgate is sincerely appreciated and celebrated. Signed by the Mayor, Josh Barone. And I'll go ahead and read the names of these officers. Today is actually a hard day for our police department. We've been pretty busy, but I do want to make sure we acknowledge these officers' names. So we're going to go ahead and read these out. Cesar Castellanos. Eric Padilla. Charlie Samaniago. Cruz Castellanos. Roger Cancio. Jesus Pineda. Luis Gomez. Jasmine Vasquez. Mario Carrillo. Abraham Romero. Juan Garcia. Isaac Morales. Eduardo Arriaga. Eric Alvarado. Xander Grass. Kente Wickerson. Sorry. We're getting harder to open. Carlos Medina. Nicholas Vasquez. Lorena Gutierrez. Arturo Macias. Oliver Perez. Abelardo Ocampo. Alberto Rodarte. And Michael Mesa. Yes.
Could I add just a comment to there?
Yes, please.
And I don't know if our captain will want to as well, but I just wanted to explain to the community, our police officers are out there every day keeping us safe. It's a tough job. They often, I guess, based on their job, deal with maybe the hardest people to work with every day, and that can be tough. We don't always have to work with that group, and it's a great group of guys and ladies that do great work for our community. And once a year, they've done this event where I think it's a great team building event where they go and they take turns running segments of this Baker to Vegas run with all sorts of other agencies throughout the state and maybe even further. But it's a great team building collaboration where they get to have fun together, work to do a challenge together, and get a break from some of that tough work. So we're happy to help them be successful doing that, and we've supported it for I can't remember how many years. So there are some people that might question an activity like this being part of what we do to support our officers, but we are fully in support of them, and we're happy to see that they have this opportunity.
I would add, it's not that easy of a break. It's a very long run, and if I know we have some of our officers here who participate, would you like to come up and kind of give a little bit of your experience and what being part of that would mean? Go ahead, Captain.
Not to steal their thunder, but more just to add to the accomplishment of these officers. The Baker to Vegas race has been around since the mid 80s. It was started by the Los Angeles Police Department, and it's 120 miles through the desert. It originates in the small town of Baker and it ends in the city of Las Vegas. And it's split up into 20 legs of varying difficulty, some legs being as long as, I believe, 12 or 13 miles. Some of them are straight uphill. Some of them are straight downhill. In years past, I ran the race and I was running at about 2 a.m. at the highest elevation, and your nose and face literally feel like they're freezing. And other times you're running in 100-degree plus weather in the middle of the day with the sun beating down on you. So that is the endeavor that these ladies and gentlemen do every year. And the city manager mentioned it being a team effort. Our team is actually comprised of our sworn staff and our professional support staff, which makes it unique. And those are just the runners. That doesn't also include the alternates that have to be prepared to run at a moment's notice in case one of our runners befalls an injury or something happens. That also doesn't include support staff that drive the vans, that man the various legs of the race where water and other things are given to these runners. And it is a huge event. There are police departments from all over the country and all over the world. We've had teams as far as Australia, Japan that come out and do this race. There are medical helicopters out there, ambulances out there, doctors, support staff. It's a huge endeavor. But it's a worthwhile endeavor, and it's an opportunity for the men and women of our department and all these police departments to test themselves and, as the city manager said, to come together as a team. So we truly applaud them, and I think this recognition is truly well deserved. So we thank you for that. They certainly work hard for it, as do the men and women who stay behind and make sure that the city is safe while they're out there running through the desert. So. Congratulations to you, gentlemen. Thank you very much for representing not only our department, but law enforcement the way you do. And if you reach a certain placing in the race, you actually receive a mug, which we call mugging. And I'm kind of embarrassed to say that we never mugged in any of the years that I ran. And it had been several years since we have. But we have a good core group of runners, and it looks like they're holding those mugs. And so that's quite an accomplishment in itself. Not every team that goes out there gets a mug. There are no participation trophies at Baker to Vegas. If you get a mug or an award or a medal, it's because you earned it. So kudos to you guys. Thank you for letting me speak to that, Mr. Mayor.
I have a question on the mug. Does it have beer in it? Because that might make them go faster.
No, sir. Just milk and Ovaltine. That's it.
Okay. If you say so.
Well,
Hi, I'm Detective Macias. Our jailer, Carlos Medina, and another detective of ours, Eric Padilla. We all participated. I took the role as the team captain this year, which is task after task after task. And I'm proud to say that we mugged this year. And it's very difficult having a group of people and trying to make time out of our schedules, family, work, and our free time to actually train and get that perfect time that we need to have so that we can get one of these mugs. And like our captain said, not to point it out, Cap, sorry, but these last 2 years we've mugged, and it's a big thing for us. So thank you. I'm proud to represent Southgate, and there's one of these on our wall in the police department.
Guys, let's come take a photo.
Maybe the teacher should start doing a Baker to Vegas. They look very capable. Hey, there's a mug at the end of the race.
The City Council will recognize Southeast High School as a California Distinguished School. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And it is a real honor to be doing this today. I've been visiting Southeast High School recently, and it's been a lot of fun. Jaguar Night was very impressive. It's a lot of fun to be there, guys. And I was just recently at your Star Night, where your teachers go above and beyond to be able to do what they do for that school. It was a Saturday, and your teacher showed up and put on a great exhibit for you guys. So there is no doubt I know why this happened, but I'm gonna go ahead and read this certificate of appreciation. Presented by the Southgate City Council on behalf of the citizens of Southgate to Southeast High School in recognition of your outstanding achievement in being selected as a 2026 California Distinguished School by the California Department of Education. This prestigious designation reflects your commitment to academic excellence, student success, and the dedication of your educators, staff, the school community in providing exceptional educational opportunities for all students. The City of Southgate proudly commends Southeast High School for its continued effort in fostering student achievement and preparing future generations for success. Signed, Joshua Barone, the mayor, April 28, 2026. Congratulations, Southeast High School. So I know we have some speakers today from the school. We have, is it Javier Gutierrez and Wendy Vasquez and Lorena Morales? Can you guys step up? Yeah. These are some of the educators, the teachers there, and then also some of the students. Oscar Ochoa and Natalie Bukova Alvarez. You guys come up here and speak.
Good evening. My name is Mara Ponce. I am one of the teachers at Southeast High School. I'm also a proud parent of a student at Southeast, and I am a resident of Southgate. So it is a privilege and honor to really represent all of our amazing teachers and staff who go every single day to Southeast to give their best so that they could provide our students with all the supports that they need in order to achieve.
Buenas noches. Le voy a decir en español para los padres que están acá acompañándonos. Estamos muy orgullosos de recibir estas felicitaciones por parte de ustedes de la ciudad de Southgate. Yo vivo aquí, soy residente de Southgate y soy maestra de la escuela, de esta escuela tan maravillosa que nos ha dado mucho, igual a los alumnos que ahora nos van a representar aquí. Muchas gracias por este reconocimiento. Gracias.
Pretend you're in school and you want to speak, right?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Xavier Gutierrez, and I'm not from the community, but I'm from Linwood, born and raised, and I still live there. So I also have students from that city, and it's I just want to say that I'm forever grateful to receive this award and to be here and to be recognized. If it weren't for my team, if it weren't for my school to help me and support me throughout this journey, we wouldn't be able to be here, and I'm very grateful. And I would like to say also thank you for the people that are also not here, Ms. Cerda and Ms. Dr. Nolasco, that also contributed lots into our journey, and to everyone else that's not here and present. But that's all. That's all I want to say. So I'll hand it over to Ms. Vasquez.
Thank you. I also wanted to say thank you to all of you for the recognition. And on behalf of our school, just wanted to also acknowledge all the students. Start there because it's really them, right? It starts with them, the students, the community. I'm also a resident from Southgate, graduated from Southgate High School. So, and I love the city and love the students, the staff. It's absolutely amazing. So, you know, the recognition, it's really for all of them. So thank you for recognizing that. It truly is everybody there. So thank you for acknowledging it because it's awesome to have that. And yeah, it's just a small sample. It's a small sample, and you're always welcome at Southeast High School. So thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Isabel Lopez, and I'm the senior class vice president. And not only first, I want to thank Southgate for recognizing our amazing school, but I also want to thank our school for not only showing that we deserve this award, but they all are such amazing teachers and staff, and they have all supported me, especially throughout my journey throughout high school, especially as a senior. So I definitely want to thank all the teachers and the amazing staff and everybody that has worked for Southeast. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, my name is Oscar Ochoa. I'm the senior class president. Sorry, senior class president. And I really want to appreciate you. I want to thank you guys for recognizing our school as a California Distinguished School and giving us this award, because the academics at the school, like, it's gotten better over the years. I don't want to put them in the dirt, but yeah, we've become a good community. And I could personally say that the teachers at the school, like, for example, Ms. Vasquez, who's currently my AP chemistry teacher, she pushes me, and I'm currently I want to strive for academics, like, really hard. I'm currently an AP scholar. So I really want to thank the teachers and all the workers of the school who pushed us to be better.
Thank you. Yeah, there's one group that I think we forgot to really acknowledge, and that is the parents, the PTA group. Yeah. 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 You know, when I went to to the Jaguar night, that PTA group decorated that place beautifully. Walking through that location, it looked beautifully. It was just, the atmosphere was amazing. walking through that school really made me feel like it was so inviting. What you guys have been able to build there is amazing, and I think the other schools need to understand what you have been able to build there and need to follow suit. And I really feel that it's special. It really felt special. It really felt different. That's why I thought that we definitely need to acknowledge it. And I'm so proud when I read that you guys received this acknowledgement, this distinguished award. So congratulations to the school. And there's no doubt that you guys are going to be able to continue this success. And so proud of what you guys have been able to do. And I'll go ahead and open it up to my colleagues.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So, yes. And, we are acknowledging, of course, the teachers. I was there last year. The love in that school is just phenomenal. Last year, I was there for the retirement of one, I think she was a cafeteria worker, right? And the amount of love you guys gave her, a lot of times people think, well, the school is just teachers and students. And no, you guys extend that support all the way up and down, and that's phenomenal. And the reason I'm grateful that, this is being recognized is when you look at the news, what do they focus on? They focus on all the negativity. And here's an opportunity for the news to be out there saying congratulations to one of our local schools. And so I want to thank you for putting Southgate on the map with your accomplishments. Congratulations. And I wish all of the students much success in the future. Never give up. And to the parents out there, got to tell you, it's never too late. I went back to Cal State Dominguez at the age of 57, graduated with honors at the age of 59. Who's a Toro? There you go. Once a Toro, always a Toro. All right. So again, wish you much success in the future. Thank you so much for being here.
Again, I'm so proud of Southeast High School and the whole family that participated, everybody. I mean, I'm just curious to know what the criteria was. How do you get this distinguished award? I mean, nobody talked a little bit about what went into it. Is just a little quick, but maybe that's something. The other thing is, I'm so proud of the parents that live here and have children that attend the school. That's so, not everybody, could stay in the community, could move on, and we're real blessed to have you here. And I mean, it's not easy. Academic excellence and success is very important. But I also want to give credit to the administration, because I know that at a lot of our schools, the principals, the administrators set the tone for the rest of the folks. This doesn't happen by itself. I want to give credit to the principals here, the administrators who's here. There you go. Let's give them an applause, because they help create that culture that's so important for academic excellence. And then again, the parents, everybody, congratulations. You put Southgate up here, and we're so proud of you for allowing us to shine the community. Thank you.
Go ahead. Thank you. If we could have the principal stand up.
Yes, it does.
Just an observation. A good leader is always on the back because he's seeing what's ahead. And I commend you, sir, because at the end of the day, it does fall on you. But I also want to acknowledge that behind you and probably next to you are all of your teachers that will never let you down, but most importantly, will not let their kids down. As an educator, I don't see them as students. I see them as my kids. And everything I do and say is absorbed. And I give it to the teachers. If you can please stand, because let me tell you, I know you put in a lot of hours. I salute all of you, but I also want to acknowledge, like Mr. Ochoa indicated, the rigor the academic rigor is so important. Ms. Vasquez, chemistry, my hat's off to you. My sister also taught at Southgate High School, biology and chemistry, and I don't know what she was thinking, but let me tell you, I know that Mr. Ochoa can achieve whatever he sets his mind to. And there are no limits. The only limits that each and every one of us has is that person looking back at you in the mirror. Because you can be your best or worst friend. Doesn't matter what society and your friends tell you, it's what you tell yourself and how you speak to yourself. But when you walk onto Southeast High School, I can assure you that all of the teachers have always something positive to say, and they're filling up that little jar of encouragement to make sure that regardless of what's happening at home and in our community, you walk there and that's a safe place. So again, thank you, teachers. Parents, can't say enough for you because you have the hardest job, which is raising your children and raising them in a community that is safe and knowing that you're sending them to school, that all of the teachers are vested in your children. Because guess what? If you succeed, we all succeed. And that is my mantra. If I make sure I give each one of my students and my kids the resources, the tools, and those little trinkets, those strategies, I know they can propel to do whatever they want. And I know that the teachers as well as the administrator and your leader has done that. That's why you're finally being recognized by the state of California. And it wasn't a small feat. It was a lot of work. A lot of work on his end, a lot of work on the teachers, on the students, and the parents. And that is what working collaboratively looks like, that we can all work together to achieve that goal. So I hope that this is not the first, but you consistently keep getting it. And I'm so proud that it's Southeast High School. How many years has the school been open already?
21 years.
20 years?
20.
What an accomplishment. 20 years. So my question to the administrator, what are we going to do in the next 5 years to accomplish either another one or another recognition by the state of California? Because I know it wasn't easy. So I salute you, I commend you, and thank you so much, teachers and parents and administrator and students for that hard work, because it's now reflected and it's going to be highlighted on your buildings. And let me tell you, when you walk through that school, you walk in with that head high, regardless of what's happening. Got it? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What can I say about Southeast High School? Southeast High School is right here in my heart. Because I remember when that school was being built, when that school opened, we were right there in the ribbon cutting, but also 3 of my kids graduated from Southeast High School, and we have a teacher here that still remembers my crazy son, but and I'm sure some of the teachers that were there probably remember who he is. But I am so proud. I am so proud of Southeast High School for all the accomplishments that they have received, especially now you being recognized as a distinguished school. You know, it's very rewarding when you see students graduate. When they come in at first, you can see those kids, those students, because they're not kids anymore, those students' faces, and some of them are scared. But at the end, when they're graduating, you can see the pride that they have in their faces. And I was actually there for more than, I think it was more than 9 years. I was around Southeast High School. And I was also a PTA, on the PTA president back then. So it takes the teachers, the parents, the students, administration to do what you guys do. And I just can't, I just can't believe that it's been already 20 years that that school opened. 20 years. How many teachers have been there for 20 years? Yeah. So we do go way back. I mean, we still remember each other, and he met my crazy son. But teachers, parents, gracias a los papás por todo el trabajo que hacen, por estar allí con sus hijos, por estar allí por los hijos que no son sus hijos, pero están allí representando a los otros muchachos que necesitan la ayuda, a los padres que necesitan la ayuda. Muchísimas gracias por continuar allí y dar todo su apoyo. El amor que ustedes tienen lo representan cada vez que entran a la escuela. To the teachers, thank you for continue giving our kids the tools to be good leaders and to continue their education. And to all the administration for just supporting your teachers, thank you so much. And God bless all of you for being a teacher. Thank you. Thank you, because without teachers, we wouldn't have a society. And you guys are the difference that makes us different. So thank you very much, and God bless all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So we're going to go out to you guys in that front row to take a photo. So that way we'll take a photo that way. You guys are all going to be in the photo.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
It's with the
Legally obligated.
Spanish translation?
Have a good one.
Item number 3, Madam Clerk. Go ahead.
Item number 3. The City Council will consider receiving and filing the list of new and promoted full-time employees hired or promoted during March 2026. What?
All right, John, promotion or introduction of new employees. Go ahead.
Good evening, council. Tonight we have 2 employees to introduce. I do want to comment before I turn it over to, it'll be Louis Frausto first as our Administrative Service Director, that I want to point out that as a result of the structural deficit that we have, that we've frozen a lot of positions. So we're not arbitrarily recruiting or promoting anybody. That the positions that were now presented as promoted or new hired employees actually represent those core city functions that City Council has determined are important for the continued operation of the city, even with the budget deficit that we're experiencing and how that's being corrected. So these positions are part of those goals and aims to still reflect the need to do some budget reduction and cuts while still making sure the city is performing and addressing its core and essential functions to the service of the people here in the city. So
John, really quick, I'm just going to make an announcement for if anybody that needs a Spanish translation. ¿Alguien necesita traducción en español? ¿Sí? ¿Necesitan traducción en español? Okay. Can somebody help them with the headsets? Levanten su mano para que se les dé un audífono para la traducción. Okay. Sorry, John. Thank you.
no, quite all right. I can, the first person up is going to be,
I'm sorry, John. I have to go back to item number 2. We do have some emails for item number 2 on the agenda. I'm sorry. Can we read the emails for item number 2?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did receive one email from Ophelia Ryan, the APCAC president, recognizing Southeast High School for earning distinguished school recognition. She highlights the dedication and resilience of its students and its strong support from families. She also commends the teachers, staff, and administrators for fostering a supportive and empowering environment that contributes to student success. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And should we read item number 3 into the record again?
The City Council will consider receiving and filing the list of new and promoted full-time employees hired or promoted during the month of March 2026.
Thank you. Go ahead, John. I'm sorry.
without reiterating, just these are the core and essential function positions that are still being hired. Keeping in mind the city's budgetary issues. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our Administrative Services Director, Louis Frausto.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the public. I'd like to introduce Lupe Sotomayor. She goes by Lupe. Her name is Guadalupe. She wasn't able to join us today, but Lupe comes to us from the city of Diamond Bar. She's been an accountant there for several years. She has about a decade of accounting experience. She was hired on to the city as a principal accountant. Lupe, on her spare time, enjoys traveling. She's traveled, I think, to 15 different countries, and she loves her dogs very much. Those are 2 Bernese Mountain Dogs, and so we'd like to welcome Lupe to the city.
Oh, look at that.
Mayor, members of the City Council, it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Robert Bernal Anselmo. Was he here? He mentioned he was going to come, maybe. Oh, there he is, right at the back. Yeah. Let's say hello to Mr. Roberto. He joined the city as a Water Distribution Operator 3 in March of 2026. He is assigned to the Water Division. In his role, he assists with water repairs. He brings with him 3 years of experience in distribution operator with the city of El Segundo. He holds both the distribution grade 3 and treatment 2 certification. And on his free time, as you can see here, he enjoys spending time with his wife and kids. He likes to play indoor soccer and has a hobby building mini bikes. Please help me welcome Roberto.
Oh, you need to come and introduce yourself.
We didn't have you write a speech for no reason. You're going to read it.
All right, Roberto Bernal, as you guys seen up there, 2 kids. Right now they're 2 and 4, so full-time dad. You guys are taking away from my time. No, I'm joking. But yeah, came in here with some knowledge out here. See, I'm still big learning curve. It's a different city, different culture, different way of doing things. So hopefully I could be an asset to the city, grow with the city. You know, who knows? Been the last of my working career here with you guys. So thank you guys for making me feel welcome. Appreciate it. That's it.
Thank you. Welcome. All right, Madam Clerk, item number 4.
Mr. Mayor, the City Council will consider receiving and filing a presentation on the social model recovery systems on community factors and best practices in retail tobacco control.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager?
Yes, we are going to hand it over. I don't have introduction names, but we'll hand it over to the group that's looking to provide us a presentation on this item, and take away whoever's going to speak first on the mic there. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager and City Council. We'll just go right into it. Good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to present this evening on behalf of our coalition regarding youth access to tobacco products. Due to limited time, I'm going to share this decision maker kit with you, and it was also electronically shared with you guys. To start introductions, my name is Cassandra Tamayo, and I serve as the Community Engagement Coordinator with Social Model Recovery System, which is funded by the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health Tobacco Control Program. And I'm joined this evening by our Senior Director of Prevention Services, Mr. Charles Porter, and coalition members as well in attendance, and a youth that will be speaking, Ms. Giselle. So, do I have a clicker? Yeah, thank you. Jumping into the issue, the cost of smoking in California each year, 40,000 lives are lost to smoking, and Latino communities are affected the most. They're not just statistics, they're family and loved ones here in the community. We have the power to change that trajectory and protect future generations through meaningful action. This is not about one product, it's about an industry that continues to evolve to protect its profits. The community and youth will remain a target if no action is taken. To determine whether youth access to tobacco is a serious concern in Southgate, SMRS staff went directly to the community and surveyed 400 residents in everyday spaces, parks, community events, and collaboration with schools. The community spoke clearly. Residents believe minors can access tobacco products far too easily. Most compelling, 89% of those surveyed expressed clear support for a local policy to limit tobacco sales. Residents voiced strong concerns about the harmful impact tobacco sales are having on the health and well-being of the community. It is a pressing and serious issue, and this is something that the community has clearly expressed and its desire to see it addressed. In addition to community surveys, SMRS staff examined Southgate's retail environment. While we have long recognized the harmful effects of traditional tobacco, a new generation of electronic cigarettes is introducing additional risks, particularly for youth. These products are often designed with a wide variety of appealing flavors that can attract younger individuals and make initiation more likely. Many devices are also discreet and easy to conceal, making them difficult to detect in school and community settings, and increasing accessibility among youth. Many tobacco retailers are located in close proximity to schools, increasing youth exposure to tobacco products during their daily routines and normalizing their presence in the community. On this map, the red dots represent the tobacco retailers and the yellow squares represent the schools. I would like to highlight that 96% of the schools are within 500 feet of a tobacco retailer. This concentration of retailers near youth-sensitive areas creates greater opportunity for access and influence, raising concerns about the impact on students' health and well-being. 46% of Southgate tobacco retailers have at least one flavored tobacco product on display. As of January 2026, State Law Senate Bill 793 now restricts flavored tobacco products, which needs local reinforcement. Based on the Young Adult Purchase Survey, 34% of tobacco retailers in the city are willing to sell tobacco products to youth, which is 1 in 3 stores. And as we all know, word of mouth travels quickly, especially when it's fueled by curiosity. Due to our ongoing collaboration with the community and schools, we have engaged with many families, concerned parents who have joined our coalition and are here tonight. Tobacco retail policy provides a range of potential benefits through provisions presented here. Key provisions may include prohibiting the sale of flavored tobacco products or restricting tobacco sales in close proximity to youth-sensitive areas. I would like to highlight that neighboring cities such as Maywood and Cudahy have taken additional steps to protect their communities by implementing restrictions on flavored tobacco products and adopting additional safeguards to protect their community and the future generations to come. At this time, I would like to respectfully invite one of our Youth Coalition members who is present this evening to come forward and share her experience, Ms. Giselle Bonilla.
Good afternoon. My name is Giselle Bonilla. I am a member of Tobacco Free Ambassadors to Southgate. Thank you for allowing me to be here tonight. I'm speaking not just as a student, but as someone who has witnessed firsthand what's really happening on our school campuses. Over the past year, I've noticed more students bringing vapes to school and using them in bathrooms and even during passing periods. It's becoming so normalized that people talk openly about which local stores don't check IDs, making these products feel easy to access. I've also seen how it affects the school environment. Students getting distracted in classes, stepping out more often, and struggling to stay focused. It's concerning to see how something so harmful has become such a common part of everyday life for students my age. As youth, we should feel safe at school and in our neighborhoods, not surrounded by responsible retailers in our community that make it simple for minors to obtain these harmful tobacco products. That's why I'm asking you, our city leaders, to act and take a meaningful step towards and adopt a tobacco retail license. You can hold retailers accountable and help protect us, the future generations. Thank you for your commitment to making the city of Southgate a safer, healthier community for its residents. Thank you.
Thank you. I also have additional 2 coalition members who would like to provide their comment.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Susana y hablaré sobre el punto 4 de la agenda. Soy miembro de los embajadores libres del tabaco de aquí de Southgate. Me alegra que se haya tomado el tiempo hoy para hablar sobre este tema tan importante. Actualmente nuestra ciudad cuenta con 72 establecimientos que venden tabaco, mucho más de lo necesario para nuestra comunidad.
Mr. Mayor, should we allow for a pause here for translation?
Sí, se puede dar una pausa para que pueda traducir.
Siga.
No necesitamos más. Les insisto que apoyen la adopción de la póliza para la venta minorista del tabaco, poder ayudar a limitar la proximidad de nuevos establecimientos a las escuelas, parques y otras áreas frecuentadas para los jóvenes. Esta medida reduce saturación, fuerza y la supervisión y proteger a nuestros jóvenes.
Senor, un momento, senor. So we need the translator. If you could just interrupt her and every 10 words or so, go ahead and retranslate that so that we have a public record of that.
Si gusta comenzar,
Oh, well,
have her start again, or
no,
or
no,
just
what we'll
go
do is,
from there.
usted tiene sus comentos escritos?
Yeah.
All right, so what we'll do is we'll ask you to provide those to the city clerk. But moving on from this point, why don't you translate and give her every 10 minutes? But every 10 words, not 10 minutes.
Oh.
Every 10 words, why don't we have this broken up and let her translate, okay? Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. No. Okay. La decisión que tomen hoy
Whatever decision you take today
tendrá un impacto directo
will have a direct impact
en la salud de nuestra comunidad.
in the health of our community.
Les pedimos que actúen
We ask for you to act
con urgencia
with urgency
para proteger nuestros jóvenes.
to protect our youth.
Gracias por su tiempo y compromiso con nuestra comunidad.
Thank you for your time and commitment to our community.
Ok. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Lucero y hablaré sobre el punto 4 en la agenda. Soy miembro de los embajadores libres de tabaco de Sauga.
Good evening. Her name is Lucero. She'll be speaking on item 4.
Como parte de la coalición, he ayudado a recolectar firmas,
As part of the coalition, she's helped to gather signatures,
participando en eventos locales, en la comunidad y en instituciones educativas,
participating in the community locally,
y quería compartir esas firmas con ustedes hoy.
and she would like to share the signatures with you all today.
Quiero compartir que recopilamos más de 241 firmas de miembros
We gathered over 241 signatures from members
de nuestra comunidad.
of our community,
Personas que apoyan a tomar acción para proteger a nuestros jóvenes,
people that are in favor of
de
giving
minor-
the support to our group, to our youth, I'm sorry.
Para proteger a nuestros jóvenes de minoristas irresponsables y del fácil acceso a productos de tabaco.
And the easy access to tobacco products.
Estas firmas representan voces reales de nuestra comunidad,
These signatures represent actual voices from our community,
familias que confían en ustedes para tomar decisiones que protejan tu salud y su futuro.
families that trust you all to protect their health and their future.
Ahora les corresponde a ustedes, como líderes de la ciudad, proteger a nuestra generación,
And now it's the responsibility of you all as leaders from our community,
adoptando una póliza sólida de licencias para la venta minorista de tabaco en Southgate.
adopting a policy for the sale of tobacco in Southgate.
Muchas gracias por su tiempo y sé que nos apoyarán como nosotros los apoyamos a ustedes.
Thank you for your time, and I hope that you all support us as we support you.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to interrupt the list of signatures. My count was 251. Thank you.
I would like to also mention that we did email in, or we did receive emails in for letters of education. I'm sure you did.
Do you want me to read those now, Mr. Mayor?
Are you done with your presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you so much. Go ahead and read the emails, man.
Thank you. Janeth Rodriguez, a representative from the University of Southern California Keck School of Medicine, shared research supporting comprehensive tobacco retail licensing policies, emphasized their effectiveness in reducing youth tobacco and nicotine use. She highlighted the importance of strong enforcement and notes the disproportionate impact on tobacco in Latino communities, encouraging the City Council to consider this research in its decision-making. I also received one from Albert Melena on behalf of San Fernando Valley Partnership, Inc., who expressed strong support for adopting a tobacco retail policy in Southgate and emphasized its importance in reducing youth exposure to harmful products and promoting community health. He urged the City Council to adopt a policy to prevent tobacco-related harm and align with the broader public health efforts across California. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation. Thank you for the information. I know we met earlier last year, so thank you for that. And it's a lot of information that we've discussed, and it's a lot that we definitely need to make sure we're addressing. So thank you for providing this to us, and we'll definitely make sure that we have a discussion. And
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I would like to propose that, in a future agenda, the council place a moratorium on new tobacco sales or licenses. And furthermore, I think this presentation does highlight, some potential new measures to control the current sales of tobacco. But, we should consider in the future agenda a full ban on any new retail licenses. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead. Councilmember Hurtado?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think we got to look at the opportunity. I should tell you that at some point in the mid-1980s, I was a supervisor at the post office, and everybody around me was smoking. And instead of smoking their stuff, I started smoking myself. And it took, I tried stopping. It was very difficult, but it took the love of my little daughter, who was about 7 or 8 years old at the time. She said, "Daddy, when you smell like that, I don't want to hug you. You need to stop." And it's true. And I can tell you, my last puff, 11:59 p.m. on December 31st, 1993. And I quit smoking. I haven't touched it since then. It's not easy, but when you think of your loved ones telling you to stop, or they don't want to be near you, I got to tell you, it's a smart thing. It's the best decision. Well, I'd be careful. No, the best decision was marrying my wife. And then after that, it's quitting smoking. In case she's watching, I want to make sure she knows that. Good to see you, Sonia. But yes, I agree. I think we need to look at our options here to take these potentially attractive things, for youth that they might think it's pretty cool to do, but it's not. It's something we got to keep our kids away from. So again, I'm in favor of putting something on a future agenda to address our options. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. And believe me, there's no doubt that these manufacturers know exactly what they're doing, right? They're marketing with flavors, with colors. Their packaging look like cartoons. They know exactly what they're doing. They're trying to start them younger and younger. So definitely we have to do that. That's why the state took action and banned the sale of flavored tobacco in the state of California. Now it's just how do we enforce that and how do we do that here locally? It's a question that we definitely have to start looking into. But Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for being here, folks that are here. I think this is a good thing for our community. I remember when I was flying way back then, people used to smoke in the plane. Can you believe it? I think some of you can relate to it. Now it's changed. And a lot of it is because of the good work of you folks. But we know a lot of people harm themselves and their families through secondhand smoke and all the health risks and the addiction that it causes in a lot of folks and so forth. What I wanted to, I think some of my colleagues are still wanting to probably look at this a little further, but the motion today, the recommendation today, what does it mean, the staff? I want to, if you could elaborate a little bit on the recommendation on the action, what that mean? I mean, there's 4 bullet
According
points.
to the agenda bill, it just says to receive and file.
Is that all we're going to do
That's
tonight?
all we're doing. And again, I also want to thank those that came out. I know I met with you also earlier, and I do see the importance. And thank you, Ms. Bonilla, for coming out and actually voicing the concern that is going on in the schools, because I think sometimes we don't hear about it, or the families only know about it. But by the time that child is so addicted, it might be a little too late. Because I know it does cause learning disabilities up to a certain degree because of all of the nicotine that is in there. So definitely it would just be to file and receive. And maybe that is something that we can look at.
Well, is that's all we're asking to do? I mean, because, you know, I would think that is it going to bring it back, or is that something we're going to do? I mean, because
Yeah,
I
with
think it's
direction
important.
of multiple council members like we have, we can bring it back at a later date. There's certainly the rules that can be implemented. There's the secondary, probably the most important question for a city struggling with our finances with very little staff. The enforcement part is going to be a struggle for us, but we can certainly bring it back with ideas and options for your review at a later date.
Yeah, I think that would be good, at least if we can get the ground floor going, just to get that base going, and then we can at least address that, what we can do.
Yeah, at least to on that, see what legitimately we could do. I mean, there must be. I know that we want to take some action, so hopefully make it not so long in the future, because I know the folks want to see some action, right? Yeah, so if we could, yeah, if we could bring it back.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you again for your presentation. Thank you all for being here.
Mr. Mayor, just if one point of clarification so that the residents that understand why it is that we're limited here is that the city council can only act on matters that are on the agenda. And so if the agenda item is to receive and file, then that's what we can do. We can hear the report, we can understand it, but we can't take action on it. In the future, we want to come back and consider an ordinance such as the ones that are suggested, then that really has to be posted, because there are people that may want to come in addition to those that are present here. There are business owners who may want to be heard with their own perspective, that have a right to be heard. And so in order to do this correctly and to be consistent with the state law that governs these kind of meetings, we have to limit what we can discuss this evening. And so when you hear the council saying that it is just to receive and file, that limits our ability to engage in further discussion, because not everyone has been invited that might otherwise want to play a role in speaking on this item. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So thank you again for your presentation. Okay, Madam Clerk, we're going to go ahead and move the closed session to after the meeting, our regular meeting, just on the basis of time. So we're going to continue the meeting. Recess the meeting. Okay.
Mr.
And then-
Mayor, can we
Yes.
take a 5-minute break?
Sure, we'll go ahead and take a 5-minute break. So 6:38, we'll start the regular meeting. get started. Let me know if you're ready. Yep. All right. You want to do the, because I think this is our new people who, you want to do the translation?
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to make the announcement for the Spanish translation. Si hay personas que necesitan traducción en español, por favor levanten su mano para que se les dé un audífono. ¿Alguien necesita traducción en español? Okay. We don't have anybody.
All right, thank you, guys. All right, we'll go ahead and start the meeting. This is Southgate City Council regular meeting for Tuesday, April 28th, 2026. It is now 6:41. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. The invocation will be done by Tina De La Rosa, Acting Director of Parks and Recs, and the Pledge of Allegiance by Gabriel Perez.
Can you all please stand and bow your head? Dear Lord, we come before you tonight, just asking you to be with us, Lord. Just continue to guide and direct us with every decision and every choice that's made here tonight. Just be with every speaker that's going to come forward, Lord, to share their concern about a subject matter within the city, Lord. Just help everyone to be respectful and just to be able to articulate whatever it is that you need to get out, Lord, and just help everyone to listen with open ears and just be with us, continue to guide and direct us in everything that we do and everything that we say. In your name we pray. Amen.
Hand over your heart, ready to begin.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Barron,
Present.
Vice Mayor Rios,
Present.
Councilmember Avalos,
Present.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Present.
Councilmember Davila,
Present.
City Treasurer De La Paz,
Present.
City Manager Houston,
Present.
City Attorney Salinas.
Present.
Thank you. Item number 1, please.
Following the conclusion of the public hearing, the City Council will consider A, conducting a public hearing on city's vacancies, and B, receiving and filing the status update report on vacancies in compliance with California Government Code 3502.3. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And Mr. City Manager, is this going to be done by John?
Yeah, correct.
Thank you. John?
Good evening, City Council. Tonight before you is the report that we are required to bring annually to City Council pursuant to a law that went into effect January 1st, 2025, that we must provide a vacancy report to you before we can adopt the budget for each fiscal year. Not sure if there's a clicker or something. So if we go to the background of this, you'll see that this is exactly what I was just telling you about, is back in 2025, the legislature determined that vacancies within public agencies is such a significant factor that we should be providing this report in a public setting because of the significant problem that it causes. As you can see, vacancies require employees to take on heavier workloads that results in burnout and increased turnover, which could negatively impact the delivery of public services. One of the things I wanted to point out for these presentations is, in order to put this on, there's some notice requirements of 30 days. I have to provide notice to the associations. So what I'm going to present here tonight is more of a snapshot in time. And the time that I selected was February 28th, because that provides the snapshot in time at that moment. Plus then we had to get the data collected, notify the associations, put the posting out. So there's quite a bit of time. So unfortunately, it may seem like the data that's presented here is a bit old, but it's because of all the other legal requirements that that we have to go through in order to make this presentation tonight. So the adoption, you can see here, it effectively added what is 3502. And here it requires us, as I mentioned, to provide notification, which I did do to all of our employee associations by letting them know that tonight we are putting this forward. I provided them a copy of this presentation, the agenda bill, and invited them here to speak after this presentation, which they are permitted to do so by law. Now, the requirements of it, as I mentioned, require that we present this at a public hearing, which we're doing now. And the presentations by city employee associations may also take place. I did not receive any notification officially from them, but they are free if they're here to come up and speak if they wish. Again, this presentation is just in compliance with the law. And so as of February 24, 2026, we had 349 budgeted full-time positions. On that date, we had 52 vacancies across the city. Now, it's important to note that one of the big reasons why we have so many vacancies is the workforce reduction strategy plan that was implemented by the city manager in anticipation of whether or not the city was going to declare the fiscal emergency and whether or not we would have to ultimately go through layoff procedures through the elimination of positions. So that strategy, that workforce reduction strategy, had been implemented well over a year ago. And the idea is the more vacancies that we have created, then the fewer real people that will be impacted by any workforce reduction that would have to occur as a result of the elimination of programs, which eliminates people. So what you're going to see here is the snapshot of those efforts, because the next time I come and present to you, that it may seem like the vacancies have reduced, but it's going to be that 349 full-time budgeted position number that will be likely changed. So the data will be quite different, but I'm trying to give a snapshot in time, as I mentioned to you. So at that time, again, we had 5 vacancies in Administrative Services Department. Some of these have been filled since then, but this was at that time. Community Development had 8 positions. Parks and Rec had 5, and these are full-time positions, by the way. These aren't the part-time positions. Public Works Department had, at the time, 14, but a very large department. And the Police Department had 20, and you'll see that 14 of those positions were police officer positions. With some of these other positions, and I'll go through each one of these in this presentation, you can see exactly why they were vacant. So the significance that is to show you that our overall vacancy rate within the city was 14.9%. With the largest vacancy in the Police Officer Association, the fewest number in the Police Management Association. And that's primarily because our police department does a great job at mentoring and growing the future leaders of the department. So we don't really experience a whole lot of vacancy within that group. But the police officers, you can see, are 21.88%. And then you'll see that MEA, which is the bulk of our non-sworn employees, those are the maintenance workers, the clerks, the people that do a lion's share of the heavy lifting. That's at 15.46%, and our professional mid-management associations at 13.73%. And at the time of this, our executive recruitment our executives were at 14.29 because Steve Costley had retired. So it has to do with the relationship with the number of positions as well. So you can, as we go through this, in Administrative Services Department, at the time, you see the business license inspector was frozen as a result of the structural deficit. This was part of that planning to avoid, hopefully avoid layoffs. Our information systems technician was pending a requisition at the time. We had an intermediate account clerk frozen for the same, for the budget deficit. We selected a principal accountant, so it was vacant. It's now full, but at the time we were in the process. And then our senior customer service representative, we had the eligibility list, and this was due to a retirement that we were working that happened. Over in community development, we have the position of a clerical assistant, budget frozen. Code enforcement officer positions, we had frozen 2 of those, while 1 was in recruitment. We have 2 housing specialists that are frozen, senior planner frozen, senior secretary frozen. These were all in relation to that workforce reduction planning strategy that was implemented as a result of the budget deficit. In Parks and Recreation Department, we had some community service officers that are in the background phase, likely already hired. Our director of Parks and Recreation, that's in the requisition, pending requisition. And then we froze a maintenance work, ground maintenance worker. And our recreation marketing coordinator position was to initiate a recruitment. We froze that as well, so to create a place for somebody that may otherwise be laid off. And then the senior customer service rep was pending recruitment at the time. In the Public Works Department, we had 2 vacancies in the electricians corps that were frozen. Facilities Maintenance Tech 2, frozen for budget. Journey electrician, we were pending requisition for that. Management analyst, that was also frozen because pending the budget concerns. And the principal civil engineer, one of those positions was frozen while the others were completely reclassified down in Art's efforts to restructure his department. Continuing on, we had sewer maintenance workers that were through the process of being hired. Street maintenance workers were the same. We're actively still recruiting for our street and sewer superintendent as well as supervisor. And then our water distribution operator 3, and you just met the individual, I believe, one of them that we hired as a result tonight. So that one was vacant at the time that this was done. In our police department, as I mentioned, we have our civilian custody officers. That was in the background phase, but frozen because of the budget were the crime scene specialists, forensic specialists, office assistant. We have 5 positions of police officers frozen. So this is one where, like tonight when I made the presentation of new and promoted employees, where we still hire for our the core positions. So in this particular case, with 14 police officer vacancies, we would still continue to recruit at least 9 of those because 5 have been frozen of those 14. So that's why you would see police officer positions that we would still recruit, but we'd only get up to that number as authorized either by council, by the budget, or by the freezing strategy that was implemented by the city manager for the ability to do workforce reduction with as limited impact on actual human beings as possible. And the same thing with our police record specialists. Those were also frozen as a result of the budget. So part of the presentation requires that I briefly describe to council as well as to the public what our recruitment process is. And you'll see that the all job classification specifications, that's our way of saying job descriptions, they are reviewed between human resources and the impacted department heads or managers. And then I go to each one of the impacted unions or associations, and we negotiate over the terms and conditions of employment and the duties of that position. Council last year authorized an adjustment, or 2 years ago authorized an adjustment in how we agree to those position changes, and every position change now has signatures from both the personnel officer and the impacted union verifying on those documents that they have been approved for minimum qualifications, duties, and so on and so forth. Once we finalize that process, the position is posted and published, and we use governmentjobs.com, which is the most popular website for recruitment purposes. But we also will inquire whether or not there's other places where we could post so that we can try to recruit the best and most qualified to come and work for the city of Southgate. We do use an online system that through NeoGov that selects and screens through, I assume now AI, the ability to determine and organize applicants from most qualified to least qualified. We still review those with real eyeballs to make sure that the system is adhering these principles correctly, and they are. But we still continue to this day to make sure and verify. Once we've pre-screened candidates to objectively determine that each one meets the minimum qualifications, then we'll organize them by this list, by the most qualified and least qualified. And we have a system where the managers can come and look and make sure that in fact our screening has still selected the best qualified for moving forward within our recruitment system. Those then those most qualified are either invited to a panel interview, to a written examination, or both, depending on the type. And they're reviewed by independent reviewers who then provide us with a score so that we can objectively categorize these employees based upon what their objective criteria are, not on any basis of bias because they're either liked by somebody or not. And then those scores create an eligibility list. We then will send that eligibility list over to the impacted department for consideration, which now is top 5 individuals. We used to have top 3, it's top 5. And that allows the department head or the selected hiring manager to interview those candidates, see if they are well suited for the department and for the position, and non-select them for non-discriminatory reasons if they're not a good fit for the city or for the position, which they'll send over to me. Once that candidate is selected, then the Human Resource Department manages the negotiation process, whether it comes for hiring, date, salary, et cetera. And we get that person also through the background check, so that way we can hire hopefully the best and most qualified that we can possibly find. Now, we are experiencing challenges, and I think that it's not just the city of Southgate, but the labor market particularly. We are experiencing challenges, and it's competitive. There's a pool of qualified candidates out there, but the pool of candidates is not as big as what the demand is. So we have to do what we can to attract employees here to this city, and I think that we have good offerings, a great culture here, but it's just depending on what the employer is good for that potential candidate. They do see that we have a fiscal health problem here that is of concern, as it would be. And so that is a challenge that we are currently facing with trying to get the best, most qualified applicants. Other issues are if they're located outside the local area, there's challenges because of the ever-increasing traffic. The Public Employee Pension Reform Act, the PEPRA, has disincentivized folks from wanting to move from one location to the other because there's no real change in their retirement benefit. Younger generations are not as likely as the older generations to demonstrate any type of loyalty to one particular employer. That 30-year gold watch idea is over. So people will move pretty quickly from one location to the next. And then those folks coming from the private sector interested in entering into the public sector, often their skill sets don't quite align with what the needs are of the city. So they might be like, for example, an engineer. We have plenty of engineers that apply, but they just don't have those core skills that would be necessary to support the particular function or mission that art, for example, may need in engineering to serve the city. So it's not necessarily an apples to apples comparison. So retention efforts, the city has historically provided the following retention benefits that have seemed to work for us. One is we're continuously analyzing the positions, and we bring quite frequently, the Human Resources Department quite frequently brings changes, modifications, and updates to some positions, whether it's a reclassification, whether it's adjusting the pay to make sure that they are in line with what is competitive within the market. And we constantly look into that to ensure that we are competitive within the market, which is plus or 5% typically of what the market median is, and we're not the highest or not the lowest. And the city does do its best to promote a very positive workplace culture. We have in the past traditionally done a lot of employee recognition events, appreciation events. We provided training and support, but this is one of the areas that will be impacted as a result of the budget reductions. We're going to have to curtail that back quite a bit. So some of the policy changes that have been seen is, again, the city council last year approved the new hiring policy, which has dramatically increased the city's ability to hire quickly qualified candidates that are internal to the city, and then get them quickly promoted if they are qualified, good candidates. It's sort of the culture that we want to do. It helps with retention efforts. Also in 2025, the city manager issued a new policy regarding the use of independent contractors to limit their use, reduce costs, and to train and retain qualified employees. It's pursuant to California law, but it's also to encourage that the employees here have opportunities. We've implemented a training and development program, which is where we allow employees the opportunity to learn a whole new job, potentially a whole new department, in an effort to get some training and some experience so they can qualify for a job that's not necessarily that they're stuck in because they came in one particular career field. It allows them the opportunity to expand. I know we've had some success with this over in the police department, some of our records clerks doing this for dispatch, and so they become dispatchers. So for the future, I would say the biggest hurdle the city is going to face for effective recruitment is the result of the budget cuts that have to occur. It's going to limit what programs we have. It's going to limit the opportunities, and it does impact morale quite a bit. That employees are looking at what they may feel is better for them for some place that they have a sense of perhaps better fiscal stability. And so we've had a few folks that have left for that reason. So I see that as definitely a hurdle that we're doing our best to overcome. So with that, that's all I have for the vacancy presentation as required by law in order to give council an opportunity to ask any questions and then ultimately pass the budget later.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I'll go ahead and bring it here to council. Do you have any questions before I open up to the audience? No? Okay. Open up to any member here in the audience. If any member in the audience have any questions.
So we're paying for horses now, are we? So you got money for horses, but you don't want to fund bringing back Zoom and letting us have Zoom for our proceedings. Now, council members, you have the Public Access Fund. You have over $100,000 in that. You have the Information Services Fund. You have over $100,000 in that.
I'm sorry,
What-
Mr. Domingos, but I'm going to have to ask you to stay on topic. We're discussing the
Item 4, yeah.
vacancies.
I'm on item 4 right here.
No, we're on item number 1.
Item, was it? Oh, wait a second. Mr. Gates, what item are we on? What, we're on 1? Really? See, I'm sorry. I dozed off during the presentation. I'm sorry about that. Okay, so on this one, let me say, I want to instruct, order, and demand the council to fully fund for the Administrative Services Department the Information Systems Technician position. This is a critical position that we need. We need this person to run whatever system we have once we get settled, the call-in feature item. All these other positions, I don't give a crap about these other positions. You can just take these positions and flush them right down the toilet. Who gives a shit? But this one right here, the
Mr.
information.
Dominguez, I'm going to ask you that stop using foul language and you control your language. And if you cannot, I'm going to ask you I'm going to cut your mic and I'm going to ask you to leave.
You're going to ask me to leave?
Yes.
Mr. Salinas, does he have the authority to ask me to leave? I don't think he has that authority. I mean, because now he's infringing on my right to speak here. He can admonish me, but I don't think he can ask me to leave if I want to use profanity. That's infringement on my right to speak here.
Yeah, he can admonish you, and if you are under some circumstance, he can ask you to leave. We're not there yet, so just please finish your comments.
Okay. So as I was saying, the information systems technician position, that one is critical. I want us to have it to have someone that's smart, that's knowledgeable, experienced, and capable of running whatever platform we decide to go with for the call and feature item. I'll end with that.
Jimmy Ozaida, Southgate resident. So tonight's report tells us that in the fiscal year 2025-2026, where we forecasted a $9.4 million deficit, the city hired 45 new employees, 23 of them full-time, and promoted 20 existing employees. But the report does not tell us a single hire date. It does not tell us a single job title for any of those 45 hires. It does not tell us what any of those positions cost. It does not tell us whether any of these new positions that did not previously exist and it does not tell us how long a single one of these vacancies had been open. Without that information, 52 vacancies is just a number. It tells this council and us residents nothing about the actual depth of urgency of the problem. You cannot simultaneously claim a fiscal crisis, a hiring freeze, and 45 new hires in the same fiscal year without providing a detailed report. The city has informed us a hiring freeze applied to non-essential positions. That raises questions that this council has not answered. Is the city manager determining that? Is the human resources determining that? There's no policy tied to no criteria disclosed to how these positions were selected. When a hiring freeze is applied with the criteria for that selection is not public, that's not a freeze, that's a discretion without accountability. Residents are owed specific answers to specific questions previously mentioned for every position filled in 2025-2026 fiscal year. This is not the first time we've asked for this. We've asked for this since August of 2025. Thank you.
Good evening, council, staff. Just a quick comment on this. I think that the fact that you're now disclosing this because you're being forced to do it by law speaks to the transparency that should be happening from before, right? I mean, this is information that you should be bringing to the community, disclosing, letting everyone know. If you truly want to inform people, this is something that you should have been doing. But now, because you're forced by law, now it's being done. And mind you, like the previous residents mentioned, that there's information that's not complete. It's not being fully disclosed. So again, I think in the interest of transparency and gaining trust from the community, this is information that should be disclosed to everyone by going above and beyond, not just what the minimum requirement is. In this case, now that the law's in place, now here, let's let it out, right? But I mean, let's be transparent. Let's make sure that information is out there, and make sure that if you truly want to inform the community, you do so. Thank you.
Good evening, Lisette Ruiz. I live on Kaufman. Yeah, this information is pretty alarming, but I actually disagree with my two former colleagues who spoke. I firmly remember a lot of these vacancies being mentioned during the budget talks and specified about how long a lot of these vacancies have been in place and what they were expecting. You guys mentioned the even back then, a lot of you spoke to us about how hard it was going to be to keep the staff morale, to keep staff from leaving. I personally know staff who are leaving, my babies, swim instructors leaving, and that position's most likely not going to get filled. I mean, that's what happens when we know we have a budget deficit. And I think it's very hypocritical to bring it up. Why are these positions not being filled when in the same breath, it was not that long ago that you all were being reprimanded for giving staff the raises they well deserved. I think it's very wrong for a council member, Davila, and I mean, not Davila, I'm sorry, Pilar, to, and some of our commissioners to really pit residents against staff, because like I mentioned before, I really think that staff are part of our community. A lot of them live around here. A lot of them have stayed because of the love they have for our community, because they grew up here. We heard them speak not too long ago about their commitment to our city. And it's just alarming to see how many of these very important positions are going to be frozen. And a lot of these were mentioned, like at the Planning Commission, the code enforcement. So it's not a surprise. We talked about it there. And personally, I was dismayed because I know how important those positions are. The community service officers at our parks. People come to our meetings talking about safety issues at the parks, and we're not going to be able to hire people because we don't have funds for reasons that you've all, and we at the commissions have, had presented to us. So again, none of this is a surprise. Unless you weren't paying attention at all those meetings, none of this is a surprise. So yeah, I mean, we are where we're at, and now we have to clean up this mess and hopefully work together to actually bring in a utility users tax. And if you don't want that, then bring in substantial ideas that will equal the 9.4, the over $9 million deficit, because, cutting a printing cost for something isn't going to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no other public comment, any emails, Madam Clerk?
We have no emails for this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bring it back to council.
Thank you for the presentation. And again, we've had a structural deficit for decades, and the position that we've taken, I believe it was 2012 when we actually started doing a reduction in force and have maintained it that way. We offered early outs to people. And the goal wasn't just to let people go, it was just to allow enough people to go to maintain our budget intact. And it's been like that for decades. So it's not new. And whenever we have meetings, I don't understand how the two gentlemen that spoke missed it, but we've been holding off on positions for the longest time. We're supposed to have 100 police officers. We haven't had that in a couple of decades. We're supposed to have 6 code enforcement officers. We haven't had that in a long, long time. And the law in 2025 was really to ensure that our unions were aware of the vacancies, and we've been working really close with our unions so that they can understand why the vacancies exist without causing burnout, overburdened staff, higher turnover, and that sort of thing. So again, I think this council has been doing what it can to work with our unions to make sure that we have the staffing to maintain not only the budget, to maintain the employees healthy, but also continue to provide services to the community. And that's the purpose of this. It wasn't anything else. So I don't understand what the two commissioners that spoke earlier, what they missed, but we've been talking about this for a very long time, and some of us for a couple of decades already. But thank you for the presentation. Well done. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yes, thank you. So John, I have a couple of questions for you. So how do the vacancy rate affect the overtime costs and the service delivery expenses?
I don't know that you can correlate necessarily the two. Some of these vacancies that have been put in place have come with the reduction of some of the programs, but to correlate them specifically, for example, I don't know that, like, we haven't had a business license inspector for a while, and I don't know that we've had anybody doing overtime for that. So to have a specific number, I'm not sure, but maybe Rob has some.
Yeah, I can provide some information on that. Certainly, in most cases, less staff means less service. And so if programs like we've been talking about in the budget cut have to be reduced, you have less staff because you have to close a pool, close fields, stop having special events, less staff equals less service. There are certain cases where we have minimum standards we have to maintain. For instance, in our sworn police force, we have minimum amounts of sworn police officers that have to be on shifts. Like, Friday night, you can't have 2 officers to do the whole city. You need a lot. And so even though our budget isn't allowing us to fill those shifts as much as we used to, we still have a minimum. And because we're short 14 officers, and 9 of them actually within the new reduced budget, we can't run without 9. So we have to backfill with overtime in that case, because those are health and safety necessary positions. But if it's a secretarial or an administrative position, we typically have less reports. We have delays in bills being paid. We have a slower turnaround on items instead of overtime.
Okay. So how are those frozen positions creating any hidden operational costs? Are they?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Are the frozen positions creating a hidden operational risk or costs?
I think risk, depending how you define it, yes. Definitely not just a risk, but a reality of reduced services. There's some of that the community's seeing now. Come July 1st, it's going to start hitting hard as all the final reductions happen. For instance, you're going to start seeing graffiti pile up in the city. We're going to go from 7 days a week coverage to 40 hours a week. You're going to see already, I'm sure, slower response for non-emergency police calls. We're going to have lineups at a greater degree at our building counters and our planning counters. You're going to see virtually no large special events. So those are all risks that our community is going to lose what it used to be. As far as budgetary impacts, that's the year-long burden that our department directors and myself have been doing to balance the impact of if we do cut positions, but we need to have overtime, we're balancing all those costs to net your direction as a council at a policy level of 9.4 million in reductions. So there's not a hidden cost. We're aware of the cost, and we have to do that dance as we're working through balancing the services with the budget.
Now, I do know that in our police department, we have two positions. The two positions have to do with CSI. I want to know, since when were those positions put on the books? Because when I first came on council, they were not there. They were put in as placeholders. However, nobody was able to fulfill those positions, yet we see them here as if we're freezing them or cutting them.
So they were budgeted before I arrived here pre-2003. I don't know when, but they had trouble in the recruitment process the first year I was here. And then when we saw the budget starting to increase its problems, we held off making them a priority to hire, and to the point where now we're cutting them. Although they were budgeted, they weren't filled.
Okay.
But they were added at some point to have funds in them.
And again, we've had the budget where we had enough funds to hire enough police officers. However, I was told time and time again, it's really hard to fill those positions because we don't want to just fill it with just anybody. I understand that. But I would assume that if somebody wants to be a police officer, they need to go through the academy, and they are weeded out that way. So my question is, we've never had the budgeted amount of officers for the last 10, 15 years, 20 years. And that to me is very disappointing that we haven't been able to fill those positions, to be able to actually tell the community, hey, we put your tax dollars to work, and these are all the officers. So I am just left
I would just say
with
that I
one
think
of-
we
one
got to
of these
be we got to be
questions.
just really careful about saying we didn't put the tax dollars to work.
I'm not saying that.
The police officers were working those hours and actually working those overtime hours and filling those positions and being on the street during that time. So I think we need to be careful when we're stating that. I mean, we have an officer here who can discuss that if you like. If you have a question directly on how during that time when we had shorter staff, we had officers working over 20, the amount of 12, officer overtime hours during that time, just to cover that staff time. But so I just want to make sure we're not just saying we're wasting staff or
That's
taxpayer
not what
money.
I'm saying. So don't interpret, don't assume.
I'm
Let
just
me
repeating what you
clarify.
said.
And the reason I'm saying that is because we've had those amount of positions budgeted. And I understand that we filled them with overtime. And my concern is the burnout of our officers, that when they are out there, mistakes happen. And mistakes have happened. And so my thing is always liability and making sure that we do have the adequate staff, especially in PD, because I know they are our front line responders when things are happening in the community. So again, we're budgeting for 81 officers, and how many do we have right now?
I think latest is in the 69 to 70. Is that somewhere close? 76 with some on leaves, so it nets to
Okay,
around
so we have
71,
76
72.
actual officers. Okay.
But I just want to add that it's a combination of trying to get the right fit and also providing a package of benefits and salary that attracts folks. It's a very competitive world out there, and we have limited funds and we don't pay what many cities do, and that is the number one problem of us getting a full staff. We're not in a position with our current budget to solve that problem. We are supposed to pay at 50% of the market, which when we say market, we don't include any, a Pasadena, we don't include Manhattan Beach, we include the surrounding Sella communities, and then we say the middle of that. And then we find that because we haven't provided increases over the last number of years equivalent to our neighbors, we're now 10% below that rate. So we're below the average of just our places. Our officers have an ability to work pretty well anywhere for more money and more benefits. So it's not a lack of effort. It's not a lack of care, but it's a lack of remuneration. And to solve that takes funding that we don't have. So we do know that the officers are out there filling the shifts, keeping us safe, but they're doing it at the expense of overtime. And we balance it as best we can, but it's a hard balance to do.
And if I can add real quick, so it is a statewide, every agency issue that's out there. Every agency is having difficulty in today's day and age recruiting police officers or sheriff's deputies. And a lot of it has to do with a couple factors. One is the state has highly regulated now policing, so it's making it less and less attractive, as well as the public perception of policing has been driven more in a negative direction. And so back in the 90s, you had 100 applicants for one position. They lined up, they were highly competitive. Today, we are constantly in a recruitment cycle. We are constantly taking out applications, but we are controlled by, when I say regulations, by POST, which is the Police Officer Standards and Training Commission, which sets forth specific guidelines that all new hires have to meet. And so, we do hire people and send them through the academy, but before we send them to the academy, to your point, yeah, they do weed them out, but they weed out a different type of characteristic. They're looking for, do they have that gut to be able to be an officer? What we have to do as an agency, and our police department does this very well, is we put them through background checks and we put them through psychological evaluations and we put them through a battery of these tests for suitability for the position. And to your point, the reason why we go through these extensive measures before we even hire them to go to the academy is for liability. Because if we just put somebody in there that is going to be a loose cannon, it's not going to be a good fit for this community. So we do have this high bar of people that we feel are qualified to become police officers in the city of Southgate. And I can tell you my background and experience in representing police officers for my career before I started this. We have an excellent police department here with excellently trained officers that are highly professional. And I think that's because of the efforts that our staff and the police department do to select the men and women that put on that uniform.
Thank you, John. So with that, my next question is, when will council receive next update on recruitment and retention outcomes? Again, we're doing this because we're being mandated by the state. So how often is this council going to be provided that information? And I know we always do newly promoted every so often. That's my question, because now, obviously, now we need to be reporting it to the state.
Yeah, this is an annual exercise. If the council wishes some sort of larger report on some schedule, it can be done. Essentially, it's part of daily operations. We're always balancing the workload with the vacancies. We're doing recruitment. It's a well-oiled machine. So if it's needing some kind of regular report, I can just say that we're handling things and it's going well. But if you want to report at a certain time or just could ask me directly at some point, I can provide more info.
Well, I think it's not just important for council, but also for the community at large to at least be able to get something, whether it's in a council meeting or on the website, so long as we are informing
Okay, well,
the primary stakeholders.
I guess,
I'm just,
I understand a couple of residents have mentioned some need for it, but in a lifetime of public service and local government, I don't know a city that's reached an importance at a community that the vacancy rate is somehow, and the reporting is put on a website or reported regularly. If it's somehow our top priority, I just can think of so many other measures that, like, you know, do we have enough staff to keep our facilities open? Do we have enough staff to fund our police shifts? You know, how are we going to keep graffiti off the walls? There's things like that, and we're trying to focus on those, but we can also provide vacancy reports at some future date if they're required.
thank you.
All right, so, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, John, for putting this together. We've been talking about vacancies for a while now. I think, the city has been having some challenges with recruitment, not just police officers. Well, we know about police officers because of what happened I remember at the college, working at the college, our AJ classes were always filled. I mean, that was a prime career for a lot of people. But after George Floyd, if you recall, Black Lives Matter, defund the police, all the protests, coming back from that, it changed the dynamic in terms of young people going into law enforcement. And so it has impacted our recruitment tremendously, where we had to offer financial incentives, and we're not offering them, or we still, so but other cities are, I mean, because that's part of it. And it applies not only to police officers, for all other positions, other crafts that we have, that there's a challenge to, because cities are competing for these qualified people. So there's a certain amount of pool of people. So it's good to know, and we're trying to do, you mentioned we have about 349 employees. Where are we at today if we had to, because I know with the budget deficit and some of the concerns about, some folks are leaving and some folks are retiring. And so there's all this transition. So I know it's not exact because there's all these movement going on with employees, but yet that's a challenge, and we're trying to continue to still offer services, right? And address some of the concerns. So I got to give it up for staff for doing that, because it is a tough thing, and keep people happy and so forth. And of course, public safety is very important. And so I know our police department does a good job. This is a report that every city has to do, and so we're making it available. I don't think we're hiding anything in terms of people talk about, these are reality. People are coming and going, and at the same time, our staff's trying to manage this and continue to offer services to our community. And that's the important thing, right? And I think we're doing the best we can with what we have. Now, it might get a little difficult come July 1st, but that's the challenge. And I'm pretty okay right now. So are we still moving, as we move towards the end of the year, how many more people are we going to hire? I mean, you mentioned those vacancies. What does that look like moving forward to?
So if you want to use that 349 number, and we drop 32 layoff or remove positions to hit our $9.4 million target, and we drop down to say 317. 317 is what we need. So if we have 6 people leave in August, they're a dispatcher and a planner and a person in accounting and a person, we're at minimum staffing at 317. So if we have them, you'll see recruitment going out to fill those. We can't just keep saving every vacancy down to where we can't do the job. Someone wants to pay their water bill. We can't say, oh, well, our 4 water clerks all left, and so we did a freeze to save money. So there's no service. You can't pay your bill. No 911. Once it gets to that minimum, we maintain it. And that's where you've seen recruitment continue because certain core minimums, if we drop below that, we have to refill to a minimum. That minimum has now been reduced because of the budget cuts. Instead of 86 officers, it's 81. Instead of 6 code enforcement officers, it's 4. But right now we have 3 code enforcement officers. So we are hiring 1, but we're not going to hire 3. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. So can I get a motion to receive and file?
Motion for A and B.
Second.
You have a first and second, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Davila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rios?
Yes.
Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right, item number 2.
Following the conclusion of the public hearing, the City Council will consider A, adopting a resolution approving the fiscal year 26-27 annual action plan. B, authorizing the city manager or designee to submit to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development the fiscal year 26-27 annual action plan. And C, authorizing the city manager or his designee to enter into an agreement with eligible sub-recipients in form of acceptable city attorney. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, Mr. City Manager, this is going to be Gabe Perez.
Yes, and just to preface, we're looking to continue this item, but Gabe can give us a quick synopsis of the plan.
All right.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, members of City Council. Gabriel Perez, your Community Development Director. This item is a routine item that we take every year, which is how we're going to spend community development block grant funding through our annual action plan, as well as our home funds. But we are recommending that this be continued to June 9, 2026. We do have our housing manager here that helps administer that program for the city. So if you'd like a presentation on anything in the report, she's available to answer those questions as well.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go ahead and open up to a member here in the audience. Any member in the audience have any questions?
So, Mr. Mayor, I would suggest this is a public hearing.
Yeah.
We're going to continue this item. I think it makes sense to keep all the public hearing comments together.
Okay.
And so rather than have a part of them here and have a part of them heard otherwise, it'd be better if we just had all the public hearing comments recorded at the same time.
So just move everything.
I would
to the
just say
June 9th
move
meeting.
everything here and have all the public hearing comments heard at the same time.
Okay.
With that, I'll make a motion to continue the public hearing to June 9th.
Second.
We have a first and second by Councilwoman Avalos.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Davila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rios?
Yes.
And Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Item number 3, Madam Clerk.
Following the conclusion of the public hearing, the City Council will consider waiving the reading in full and introducing an ordinance amending Title IX of the Southgate Municipal Code by adopting by reference the 2025 California Code of Regulations, Title 24, 2025 Building Standards Code, and the 2024 International Association of Plumbing and Mechanical Officials Code. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, and making this presentation is going to be Gabriel Perez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of City Council. This is another routine item. When the state updates its California codes, we have to update them as well. So there's a requirement that we do this by July 1st, 2026. We have a brief presentation by our building official, William Campana. So we can give you that presentation right now, and him or I could answer any questions you may have.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is William Campana. I'm the building official for the City of Southgate. And Building and Safety has a responsibility to administer and enforce the California Code of Regulations. And these building codes are updated and adopted every 3 years. The purpose, is to adopt the new California building codes mandated by a statewide enforcement effective on July 1st, 2026. The recommended action is to conduct a public hearing and waive the reading in full, introduce an ordinance amending Title IX building of the Southgate Municipal Code, adopt by reference the 2025 California Code Regulations, Title 24, adopt by reference the 2024 IADMO Solar and Swimming Pool Codes. The state building standards codes have evolved through national code development since 2001 ICC model codes. The 2025 building standard codes uses the most up-to-date code documents available, which includes administrative, building, residential, electrical, plumbing, mechanical, energy, and the green building standard codes. Adoption keeps the city building regulation consistent with the state requirements, and it provides minimum standards to safeguard life, health, property, and public welfare. The city has not amended its building, residential, plumbing, electrical, mechanical codes for over 30 years. The state law mandates enforcement of the 2025 building standards codes effective July 1st, 2026 for all new construction in California. City council actions to adopt these codes locally is part of the required code adoption process. Local adoption allows administrative provisions and limited amendments to the state codes. Modifications require express findings of local climatic, geologic, and topographic necessity. The proposed ordinance includes such findings and carries forward past administrative amendments recommended by the building official. Revisions to improve the building permit and inspection procedures. Building permits for new structures expire typically within 6 months. Now it has been extended to 1 year. Permits to legalize unpermitted structures, however, do expire in 60 days. That will help understand the process to legalize the structures that can be legalized and cannot be legalized. We clarify the requirements for issuing the certificate of occupancy and the release of utilities. We also clarify that concealed work performed without any required inspection will require to have the work done exposed for approval. Administrative provisions cover permits, fees, inspection, residential remodel completion, and Board of Appeals proceedings. The estimated cost to train staff and to buy the 2025 California Building Standard Code books is approximately $7,000. It is funded through, in the fiscal year 2026-2027, through accounts 100-602-42-6305 and 100-602-42-6340. The training is available through professional associations such as ICC, which is the International Code Council, IADMO, which is the International Association of Plumbing and Mechanical Officials, the IAEI, the International Association of Electrical Inspectors, and CALBO, which is the California Building Officials Association. Environmental review is not required under CEQA guidelines, sections 150.62C2 and 150.63C3. Adoption has no potential to result in a direct or indirect physical change to the environment. Public hearing notice published in Southgate, April 16, 2026. Bilingual public information has been posted in the Community Development Department, and the 2025 codes are available at the California Standards Commission at the website. Recommendations. Conduct a public hearing and waive the reading in full. Introduce an ordinance amending Title IX of the Southgate Municipal Code in its entirety. Adopt by reference the 2025 California Code of Regulations, Title 24. Adopt by reference the 2024 IADMO Uniform Solar and 2024 Uniform Swimming Pool Codes. Find the action exempt from CEQA per guideline sections 150.60C2 and 150.60C3. That concludes the presentations. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for your presentation. Go ahead and open it up to any member here in the audience. If any member in the audience has any questions regarding this item. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the member portion. Any emails, Madam Clerk?
No emails, Mr. Mayor.
Seeing none, I'll bring it back here to council.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Council.
First of all, thank you for the presentation. Codes are changed at the state level periodically, and the idea is to make improvements on safety standards, energy efficient opportunities. And when the state makes those changes, we need to change our municipal code. And that's great. Again, the only issue that comes up with this is that there's costs involved, right? Again, maybe it doesn't sound much, like $7,000 for the training. But then the enforcement is what makes it difficult. And we're shorthanded, and we've been shorthanded. And we have people right now who are complaining that their neighbor has certain violations or they're doing certain work without permits. And so it's great to have these changes because of the improvements that are being considered, right, for safety and energy efficiency and all that. But at the end of the day, the enforcement is what's going to be a little bit challenging all the time. So hopefully we can come up with an opportunity to be able to fund those positions. But again, thank you for the presentation, and thanks staff that you work with there at Building and Safety and Code Enforcement. I know we've made a lot of improvements. I had mentioned this once before, that I had work done where Code Enforcement approved something. Actually, they recommended something for me at my property, and they came and signed off on the paperwork. And I thought everything was cool, but then Building and Safety comes over and says, no, you can't do that. Wait, but Code Enforcement said I could. Well, they can't. They said that, but we can't do that. So again, we've made a lot of improvements in that. We've made sure that both departments are working together to make sure that we don't have mishaps like that. But again, great presentation, and I'm ready to move forward on this.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
May I ask a question? For the training, we are proposing 7,000, and the code book. How much does a code book cost?
Costs about $21,000, but what I done is I divided it into 3 years, and I buy the books as I go along. Because remember, we adopted the 2025 code. We're already in 2026. So with last fiscal year, I purchased some books, and with the remaining, I'm going to purchase this year.
And also the 7,000 is for the training? I mean,
Included, yeah, we are members of these professional groups, and they provide training, some of them free. So we're taking advantage of all of those.
how many staff do we send to training?
Pardon me?
How many staff do we send to training?
We have staff, three members right now.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, 6, because I have to include the camera technicians as well.
Okay, no, I just 7,000 now. Okay, thank you, and thank you for the presentation.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor.
ahead, Vice Mayor.
I think Councilman Hurtado kind of helped, I think, for the public to kind of clarify this issue in terms of what it means, upgrading some of the energy and safety as it relates to, I'm seeing here the spa, the pool, geothermal, and so Gabe, in layman's terms, there's a lot of regulation type here, but basically means what if it's just going to training costs, or is there actual, because a lot of times it means that we have to build in some other things into the mechanicals. That usually sometimes there's no, when they mandate this, there's no money they send. They just said, you got to do it. Is that the way it is here?
Yeah, that's exactly the case. And so that becomes the way that we have to plan check building permits when they come in. And so this changes those rules, and we have to abide by them.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions, Gabriel, and maybe William, you can enlighten us a little bit. So how will these new requirements disproportionately impact our small contractors or homeowners? and some of our community that is underserved. Because I know that, you know, we do have a lot of housing here in Southgate, but some of the homeowners are just not able to cover some of those fees. So how is that going to impact them? And what's going to be the fiscal impact, not only to the community, but to the city? And are we going to be able to recoup those costs?
Maybe William can touch on the ones
Mm-hmm.
that are bigger impacts. There's some really good things in here too.
Okay.
I want to highlight. So some changes that I know William has wanted to see is extending the amount of time the life of a building permit is, right?
Mhm.
So instead of 180 days to be able to act on a permit, it's now 365 days. So you don't have to come back and then apply for a new permit and, you know, pay for that permit.
Mhm.
So there are some items in here that William initiated that actually makes it a little bit easier for a lot of our residents. But some of the more strict standards, are there any more strict standards that that now apply to our building code that might impact our contractors?
Yes, not necessarily building, but on the other trades, like for example, the electrical, there's more requirements than before, and the contractors are informed through the state licensed contractors board, so they're up to date with these changes.
Thank you. The other question for you, William, do we have enough staff in building and safety that they're going to be able to actually be able to go out and look at some of those work sites for those that pulled permits? Because unfortunately in our community, we still have a lot of residents that are not pulling permits.
Well, we managed so far, but delays are beginning now, just to pile up. If we used to respond within 24 hours, 48 hours at the most, now it's taking us 3-4 days to respond.
Okay. All right. So we don't have enough staff, right?
And not by preference, you know, I would have preferred to have.
Okay.
Mr. Campana, what would help us get more staff? What would, in your opinion?
Well, one thing that we've done is we revise the fees and try to update it to be comparable to surrounding cities. And that would probably help.
So we need more revenue, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
I'll make a motion to follow staff's recommendation. Did you want to say something?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just had a question on the section of Board of Appeals. Can you elaborate on that? I think it stated that there was 5 members that would be planning commissioners. But in the job description of those appeal board members, it's very strict on the background that they need to have to be able to hold that position. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, the Board of Appeals has been established to question my decisions, my interpretations, not the code, but my interpretations. And we haven't been challenged in many, many years. And it was a special group that had to have construction background. And the planning commission couldn't do it. So we had an engineer, an architect, licensed contractor, an ADA advocate, I think, and a regular resident. So they decided if I was correct or not in my decisions.
Yeah, because the way I read it here says, there is hereby established a Board of Appeals consisting of 5 members, all of whom shall be duly appointed members of the City Planning Commission.
They were actually appointed by the planning commissioners and the city council. They came and they had a presentation. Just for the record, they haven't met for over 20 years. So some of those members are not active right now.
Okay, I guess I'm confused. So the Board of Appeals, are those members of the Planning Commission? Because that's how it reads to me.
No, they're not.
But it says it shall be. That's why I guess I'm confused.
I think we'll clarify that if we could, Mr. City Manager.
William is correct. We've had this board. It has not met in years because there hasn't been a need for them to meet. But they are not the same individuals as we have on the Planning Commission. That is not a requirement to be on the Planning Commission. So if it was written that way, that's not the intent of that section.
Yeah, if we can just clarify that and maybe, if.
Yeah, we can clarify that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. All right,
So I made a motion to support staff's recommendations.
Second.
we have a first and second.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Yes.
Councilmember Davila, Vice Mayor Rios,
Yes.
Mayor Barron.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Item number 4.
The City Council will consider adopting a resolution establishing a policy addressing disruptions during remote participation at Council meetings in compliance with Senate Bill 707, and B, approving an appropriation of $41,687.50 from the general fund, unassigned fund balance to the Information Systems Fund, account number 522-305-126730, to fund the first year subscription and one-time implementation costs of real-time AI-based translation and closed captioning services in support of SB 707 compliance. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, thank you. So tonight, our Administrative Services Director, Louis Frost, will provide an overview of the new bill that takes will become in action in July 1st of this year. We're doing a lot of research to figure out how technically this new set of rules can be applied, what's the best fit for our resources, and how we might administer it. And so he'll go over those pieces, get your direction from a policy level, and then between now and July 1st, we'll be working on the testing and implementing. So I'll pass it over to Louis for a presentation. Thank you, Louis.
Great. Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the public. So we're going to go over the disruption of remote participation policy, which the council is being asked to consider today. We're asking the council to consider two things. One, adopt a resolution approving the policy, which is Exhibit A of your packet, which helps or will help us be in compliance with Senate Bill 707, as well as an appropriation request of $41,687 to fund the first year subscription and one-time implementation costs associated with the AI-based translation and closed captioning services that staff is recommending we move forward with. So Senate Bill 707 was signed into law in October. It applies to all legislative or eligible legislative bodies, which includes city councils, and populations of more than $30,000. So we qualify. We're required to be in compliance with this by July 1st, 2026. So the policy that you're being asked to consider has 4 key components. One, it defines a disruption. So it identifies when the public cannot attend, observe, or participate via two-way telephonic or audiovisual access. There is a public notice requirement, notice during the recess via the website, social media, and signage at City Hall. And it also requires us to provide that notice in Spanish as well. There's a recess procedure that requires at least 1 hour or until the service is restored, whichever comes first, with a documented good faith effort to restore that service before the meeting is allowed to continue pending City Council's direction to do so. Limits on action, so no further action on the agenda item during a disruption is allowed until access is restored or until Council adopts findings that a good faith effort has been made and the meeting is allowed to continue. So if a disruption were to occur post this policy, post July 1st, if there is an issue, the city clerk's office will notify IT of the disruption and will also notify the presiding officer, in this case would be the mayor, of that disruption. There would be a recess called by the mayor in open session for at least 1 hour until the service is restored. We would document the good faith efforts that we would make to restore services. That includes a connectivity check, restarting the platform, some hotspot or alternate Wi-Fi that we would have available, as well as support that we would have through our third parties, contractors, depending on what system is down. We would notify the public via social media, again, signage, and that would be made available in Spanish as well. After that, the city council would reconvene if the service is restored, or if the service is not restored, they would convene and either adjourn the meeting or proceed only with the required findings to continue the meeting. This is just a recap of that. So at least after 1 hour of good faith efforts, the council may continue the meeting only by roll call vote adopting the required finding. The council would be required to state on the record that the city council has made good faith efforts to restore remote participation in accordance with the adopted policy and the public interest in continuing the meeting, and continuing the meeting outweighs the public interest in remote access. There would be some record keeping required of the city clerk's office in terms of the time and nature of the disruption, the restoration efforts undertaken, and the time that the meeting reconvened, and any finding adopted by the council. So if services cannot be restored, again, recap, we have 3 options. We either continue the meeting after that 1 hour period, we would adjourn the meeting, or proceed with the findings. So as part of this, staff is recommending that we do move forward with a call-in feature or call-in path for council meetings. My understanding, and this was prior to my arrival here, but my understanding is that during COVID and a little bit of time after that, there was a call-in feature available to the public for council meetings. That is essentially what we are recommending we restart. The only difference that staff is recommending is that we switch platforms. I think prior to this, or during that time, Zoom was the platform that was used. We are recommending that we use the Microsoft Teams platform for that. In terms of functionality, it will function the same for both the public and for staff. The public would be provided a phone number that they would call in, where they can listen to the meeting in real time and also have access to speak or raise their hand and be called by the city clerk's office once those procedures are established. Similar to how Zoom would work. One of the benefits of Teams, actually 2 key benefits of Teams, is one, the city has licensing already for Microsoft Teams that we pay as part of our Microsoft subscription. When we talk about kind of where we're at fiscally, I think it's prudent to use our existing resources. And second, the other benefit is that we are going to be able to queue folks that are calling in to be able to speak. Staff is also recommending public comment procedures be adopted as part of this policy. The time in order, 3 minutes per speaker on non-agenda items, a 45-minute collective initial period for non-agenda comments. Excuse me. The 45-minute window is actually an existing policy that is published on the agendas. What we're asking is that the city council consider enforcing that 45-minute initial period for non-agenda items. In-person speakers would be allowed to comment first, and then after that first 45 minutes, everybody else will be queued to speak at the end of the meeting, but still in session. Remote speakers will be subject to that same 45-minute cap. Remote speakers that are in queue when the cap is when the cap is met. So if you're in the queue with your hand raised at the 45-minute mark, you would still be given an opportunity to speak at the end of the regular meeting, or not before it's over, but at the end of the items. In this case, the consent calendar. The remote platform is going to be active through the end of the comment period. If there's any disability-based remote requests that are requested in advance of the meeting, we will hear those with the in-person speakers, depending on the accommodations required. There's no pre-submission required. There's no speaker cards, at least not at this time. The comment is provided in real time. Equal speaking time. This is going to be, I think, a change from what we're used to. The city staff's intent is recommending a uniform 3-minute limit that applies to every speaker, English or Spanish, in person or remote, supported by simultaneous interpretation rather than longer time slots. So the default rule is that a speaker who uses a translator must receive at least twice the allotted time. So non-English speakers have an equal opportunity to address council. Because we use a live interpreter currently, the city council has authorized doubling the time for those speakers. When the new system is implemented, it is an AI-based real-time translator. And so the rule does not apply. And so the same minutes allotted to an English speaker would be allotted to a Spanish speaker. One more note here too is that the government code only requires doubling the allotted time for non-English speakers. So even if somebody decides to speak Spanish, but wants to, but speaks English, then we're not required to double their time. Remote access technology. I spoke about this earlier, but I want to get ahead of it. Again, we're hoping to implement a two-way telephone access system through an existing infrastructure. We think we can deploy this. We know we can deploy this by the July 1st deadline. The real-time translation is going to be new. There's quite a bit of things involved with this, including the procurement of hardware to make this happen. But it will replace the reliance on an in-person interpreter and supports the city's separate obligation to assist the public with translation as required by law. There's a couple other elements related to SB 707 that we will also work to address. Some of these are already addressed. Some of these will be a work in progress. We talked about the telephonic access, but there's also disability accommodation procedures that we will work with the city clerk's office on. Community outreach related to these meetings. We're working with Granicus, who is the software company we use for our agendas, for translation of the meeting agendas as required by SB 707, as well as updates to the city's website as required by law related to SB 07 requirements. Again, just to recap, staff is recommending the adoption of the resolution, which is Exhibit A of your packet, as well as the appropriation for the costs associated with compliance with this law. I am available for any questions, and so is our city clerk.
Thank you for that. Go ahead and open it up to any member here in the audience if they have any questions. Please line up.
All right, council members, I read the item report for this, and it's shit. It really is shit. It's one of the worst item reports I've ever come across. So to clarify, we're getting just a phone number to call in. And this is a step back from what we had previously. We had Zoom here. So imagine this. I'm on my phone. I'm calling in to give public comment. I still have to use a second device to view the meeting. So right there, that's no good. Like with the beauty of Zoom, it's all self-contained. It's one setup. You have the video, you have the audio in the Zoom app. Here, I got to have the phone to call in, and then I got to have a tablet or a laptop to view the meeting on our city's YouTube account. Come on, what is that? You're giving us, you're proposing and offering us inferior technology. It's a step back from what we had previously. Today and yesterday, I've had a chance to speak with 5 city clerks, Bell Gardens, Cudahy, Maywood, and who was it? Downey. And I've asked all 5 of them, do you know of any city or municipality that uses Microsoft Teams? All 5 of them said no. So well, there's a 6th one. Who's the 6th one? I forget. Doggone it. It was Bell, Cudahy, Bell. No, doggone. All right, so all of us said no. Nobody uses Microsoft Teams, and generally it is the standard. When I spoke with Angela Bustamante, the city clerk of Bell, she told me that they're going to go with their staff's recommendation, which is, guess what? Zoom. They're going with Zoom. And I asked her, why are you going with Zoom? It says, well, it's what we were using when we had, during the time of Corona. So now that we're forced to move forward with this, we're going to go back to Zoom. Council members, you have the Public Access Fund, over $100,000 in that. The Information Systems Fund, over $100,000 in that. The ARPA funds, 134 or 135,000. That is, unless the city's already made use and pissed away those funds. So you have money. I don't want to hear we don't have money. You guys have money. You just don't want to spend it on us. That's the problem. On this agenda, what I find insulting is that you have item 12 that has to do with 77,000 for our police department. So you have no problem supplying the police with what the technology that they need to conduct their business. But when it comes to us, the residents, what do we get? Scraps. And why are you using Microsoft Teams? Because you already have it and you don't have to pay a dime to make use of it. Maywood is going to use Zoom Government. All they're going to do is pay $1,000 for their annual subscription package. You're telling me you can't fork out just $1,000 for Zoom Government? And by the way, last year you spent $9,000 on one dog for our police department. You spent $30,000 on one day of snow for our kids to make use of during the winter wonderland. You took $103,000 from the general fund to buy an 80-ton chiller. Earlier this year, you sold it off at auction, and
Thank you.
for a fraction of the cost. And you're
Thank
telling
you.
me you can't afford this? Rip
Thank
off
you.
city, folks.
Thank you. Good evening, Robin Logan, Hunt Avenue, Southgate resident. I work for a global company that is publicly traded, and we use Microsoft Teams. And it has an AI function, and it does translate, and it does do a lot that we don't actually have to worry about. So all the minutes and everything would automatically be there. Any question that anybody needs to, they can type it up and it'll be there. We could possibly have it all right there, so we don't really need the person translating for us when they do not want to speak slower so she can translate for me. I couldn't hear the person that was speaking earlier. That was for the school, and I feel bad, but you know, I'm in the minority at that point. So unfortunately, the Brown Act didn't help me. But in this sense, it would help me that I don't have to worry about what was said or worry about, oh, let me go ahead and see when I get it on YouTube and I can actually look at it. So I appreciate the opportunity because, again, if my company, which is a global, actually publicly traded energy company that is using Microsoft Teams and the AI function, I think Little Southgate could do the same. Thank you.
Jimmy Odazaito, Southgate resident. I think what the root of the issue is that the Zoom function or capability that we had back in 2024 was just taken without anybody else's input. And I think that's what's causing residents to kind of be a little bit up in arms with this. That was eliminated back in 2024. There was no public deliberation, no consideration of how the decision would impact civic engagement for working class residents who cannot take time off, find childcare, or arrange transportation to attend a meeting in person on Tuesday nights, or for our seniors who have limitations that make driving at night difficult or impossible. Who gave that directive? And on what authority was that decision made without the council weighing in on the cost of the community access? Where was our city clerk representing us, the residents, as it relates to advocating for access for residents that elected her? That decision is why we're here today discussing SB 707. To restore something that was taken from residents without their input. That's the root of the issue here. What brings me to the staff analysis, the report states that the staff evaluated a range of remote participation platforms, but the only platform named was Microsoft Teams, which is a viable option. I use that in my professional setting, which the city already uses, right? The city and city staff routinely reference what other cities are doing when they're advocating for utility users tax to bail them out of the financial mess. But nowhere does the staff mention Zoom Government, a platform neighboring cities are successfully using right now and are planning to adopt moving forward. Regarding Spanish translation, it's admirable that our city staff stepped up to fill that void, but it's clear our residents need a certified in-person Spanish translator for our meetings, not an AI translation platform that will contribute to the digital divide that already exists in our community. Keep in mind that you would have to have a phone in order for you to tap into that. Not all of our residents have cell phones. Keep that in mind as well. I'm asking that City Council do three things. First, direct staff to answer who authorized the elimination of the public call-in access back in 2024. That would help. Second, if staff conducted a genuine comparative evaluation, please share the report with the residents and explain how staff arrived to the current recommendation. Sounds like it's financial, right? My final request is that the city staff identify who neighboring cities contract with other Spanish translations and explore those options. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Edgar Pelayo, Southgate resident. I'm glad to see this is happening. And again, it isn't until a law is passed that we have to now have it in place, when we could have had it a long time before, especially considering that we're using Microsoft Teams, which is something that the city has had, which means that we could have been using it all this past year before that. So I think that this is really about access, right? I mean, you want to make sure that people, I know many of you have said it, that you want people to participate and come give their input. You want to see them here, for example, right? This is about access and making a system or providing a system that requires to have multiple devices to participate. I think just creates another challenge for many of the residents in our community. So again, if it's really about providing that access and making sure that you're listening to residents and you hear what they're saying, then I think that there has to be something better than just Microsoft Teams. Hopefully it works out. I hope that more people are able to participate because of this. But again, I think the main thing here is access, and also the fact that we could have been using this for the last few years. Thank you.
Good evening, Liz Ruiz. Yeah, I'm really happy to see this coming through. I frankly remember when you guys decided as a body to not continue with Zoom. Of course, I and a couple of other residents were against this. I do agree that it is hard to attend sometimes. I do have to pay babysitters to watch my baby. You guys have seen how hard it is to bring her and keep her quiet enough for residents behind me to not complain. So that's been a little challenging. But at the same time, the meeting did happen here, so I don't know why there's that question. I guess, people aren't always present, but I do remember when that decision was made. I do remember when you guys looked through different options and made presentations on different options for keeping the Zoom option. And unfortunately, as we see now, we didn't have the budget for that. And so, I just don't understand this hypocrisy of asking you guys to cut, but then, ask for an interpreter now, a certified interpreter, when we have somebody who I think does a pretty good job. And, they've been able to step up and do a pretty good job. But I also see, I'm used this program. I don't know whether it's better than Zoom. I know the problems we had with Zoom, the drop in communication. So I'm willing to see how this gets implemented. And I'm also curious to see whether there's an option to switch if it doesn't work out, and when that can happen. But again, I think it's great that there is going to be a feature to translate the materials, because that has been an ask from a lot of residents to have these materials translated. And I also want to thank some of you guys who've been including these slides in the agenda beforehand, because it really does help at least me, gather my thoughts before I come up here. But yeah, I'm really excited to see this come. I think I still do enjoy being able to come here, so I'll definitely do that. But like I said, sometimes there's just moments when either we're sick, which we're getting a lot now that my baby's interacting with other kids, but it's great to have that communication option. And hopefully, I think the one thing I will miss though was the Zoom option to connect through the internet, because it was helpful when I used to fly a lot for my job, and which I thought, I guess it was problematic the few times it was cut through. You guys, I'm sure, remember. But thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing none, any emails?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there's a few.
Okay, go ahead.
The first one from Norma Pari Carmelo, a Southgate resident, and LASD parent representative, who expressed that many community members are living in fear due to ongoing immigration enforcement activities that creates barriers to attending meetings in person. And she emphasized that remote participation allows residents to remain civically engaged and heard. She respectfully requests that City reinstate the Zoom and City Council meetings to promote transparency, inclusiveness, and equitable access for residents. The second one is from Daisy Prieto, a Southgate resident, expressed support for implementing a calling feature for public participation during City Council and all committee meetings to improve accessibility to those unable to attend in person. She states this feature would enhance transparency, community engagement, and trust. Robert Park, on behalf of American Cancer Society Action Network, expressed support for efforts to advance. I'm sorry, that was a different one. Sorry, I repeated myself. That was it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and bring it back to council. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank those folks for their public comment. You know, I want to get, I guess there were some concerns, Luis, about the TAMs, you know, using multiple devices. You know, is it not, it seems like it might not be user-friendly. I'm not sure. Why did we go from Zoom, away from Zoom? You know, maybe you could respond to some of the concerns.
Sure, Vice Mayor. So I can't speak to.
I can do that.
He can.
Yeah, Luis wasn't here at the time of the switchover, so just to help everyone review, as a member of the audience member, that was a public discussion and decision at the council with direction given by council. Again, being a city with limited funds, we were lacking a video of the meetings, which when I first arrived, I hadn't seen a city that was only recording the audio version of the meeting. So we looked at the cost of adding that feature to film our meetings live. Our city treasurer helped us with some of the prototypes. We worked through that process, looked at the expense of, whoops. Did you break our cameras there, Jose? No, just joking. And so we looked at the expense that's added cameras. We now have YouTube viewing for every meeting. That is a new feature. And at that time, we swapped the cost of Zoom and used our funds to add that feature with camera work and software and hardware, which costs us a pretty penny. And we continue to worry about adding staffing to help our clerk to handle all these different controls. So at the time, her trying to handle a queue of Zoom and all the YouTube features was worrisome, as well as the extra cost of keeping both systems going. So the decision was made to add the feature of YouTube for accessibility. We now have meetings when I've just checked, you know, we have meetings where 100 or more views, we have meetings in the thousands. Those are people that never could access our council before. And this council decided to add that feature at the time when the Zoom was reduced, there was accessibility increase. So let's remember that. And do know that now we're looking at adding a feature that uses call-in feature. We're hopeful the queuing outside of the expense also could be simpler for our clerk to handle. Many cities have 2 staff members handling the YouTube, the queuing, the timing, the agenda, the PowerPoints, and a call-in or a Zoom feature. The more complicated those systems are, perhaps they're great, but us having to bring in an additional staff person to every meeting, we've calculated over $25,000 per year. Again, we have great things we'd like to do at the city, but until we can get the revenue, we have to run short in a lot of cases. So the recommendation is Teams. We can look into other options, but having been in an organization that's been using Teams, it does work. And if for some reason we just can't get it to work down the future, we can review it. Or but that's an update of how we got here.
Yeah, no problem. Any questions?
Yes. So I know some of the residents brought up this question. Why was Microsoft Teams chosen? And did what are the other programs that we looked into as a possible alternative to Teams. You know, Mr. Dominguez, thank you for the research that you do, because I know you talk to everyone in the Southeast LA area. Did we look at Zoom Government? And what is the actual cost? Is it $1,000 as he's indicating?
Yes, I don't have the pricing in front of me. We looked at Zoom. We also looked at Cisco WebEx,
Mhm.
and we looked at Microsoft Teams as the platforms to use. Really, the main driver here is the price, is the fact that we would not have to purchase additional licensing. If the city council would like us to explore Zoom and put forward that as the option, we can always come back to council with that. But the recommendation from staff is to, at the very least, attempt to use Teams, give it a try, good faith effort. And if it doesn't work, we can always pivot. The hardware side of this is the same for either platform.
Okay, so if council were to decide to go with Teams, could we start using it at the next council meeting and see how it works out? In the meantime, we can explore what the actual cost would be with Zoom Government. Again, the more information this council is given, the better decisions we can make, instead of just giving us one option.
Well, I think
Again, I'm asking if that's even possible.
Yeah,
Because I
it's
think
not
it-
one option, it's a staff recommendation. So if there's alternative recommendations the majority council wishes to make, we're recommending. We're trying to present after a lot of analysis of all the different things we're trying to balance, the resources, the workload,
Mhm.
the cost, the fact that, we want that access, meet the needs of the SB bill. But if you want us to look at other options, we can.
So could
But
we
one of the
implement it in the
problems
next
of
council meeting?
guaranteeing that we can have it up and running for next meeting, I don't think that's our timeline.
Mhm.
But we can have it up and running at a July meeting, run it for a couple meetings, and then decide to look at then. I don't think we need to have a system in operation. And if it's somehow 84% and then we think something else is 93%, we can switch, but we don't have to do it. We're going to do some testing behind the scenes, but to go live, I'd recommend we probably need July. Would that be correct, Luis?
Yes, we're still not ready. We need to procure some pieces of hardware. The request for the appropriation is to purchase the hardware. Once we purchase it, it has to be delivered. It has to be installed. We have to schedule technicians to come on site,
Mhm.
configure the system, and test it. The staff's intent was to test the system once we're able to behind the scenes
Mhm.
before we make it public.
And what's the cost of the hardware?
The staff is recommending an appropriation of $41,000 for that, for the one-time cost and the hardware.
So if that doesn't work and we're not happy with Teams, can we always switch over to Government Zoom?
Yes,
Okay. And the hardware would already be in place?
correct.
Okay. So my other question is the 1 hour recess. Is that a requirement that we have to do? And what if we are consistently having those interruptions? Then what happens to our council meetings? Do we completely stop until it's fixed?
So the law would require the city council to stop the meeting if there is a disruption. The 1 hour is the maximum amount of time. So if the issue can be addressed with the restart and the issue's fixed faster than that, the meeting may continue before the 1 hour mark.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Okay, so a couple of things. Yeah, we stop it for 1 hour. If we can't get it fixed, the effort is still continuing to try to fix it, but we can continue with the meeting without violating the law. The problem with, and again, for those people who are new to council meetings here, this is the first time you're going to hear, but a couple of the people who have spoke have already heard this. If right now we were trying to have this meeting and we announced that people can participate from home, if the system goes down, we cannot continue the meeting until the problem is solved. And if we cannot solve it throughout the night, we cannot continue with the meeting. And they know that. And it's sad that people want to continue to bring the same story up when they already know, or unless they keep forgetting, but this has been brought up multiple times. Right now, if this system were to go down right now, we have to stop the meeting. We cannot take action on anything. And if there's any item on the agenda that requires a vote or we lose out on funds, we're done. And they know it, but they continue to come in here and try to imply that there's some hidden agenda here. However, on July 1st, the law changed. Okay? What it says now is that if the system goes down, you try to put the system back in order, the meeting is paused for 1 hour. If it's, let's say it gets fixed in 30 minutes, then we can start the meeting again. If it doesn't get fixed in 60 minutes, we just continue with the meeting, and anybody who wanted to comment, they won't be able to, but we're not violating the law. Now, the other thing, if the system goes down and we get the system back in place and it goes back down again, we have to give it another hour. It doesn't accumulate. So again, it starts again and again until the system is operational. But again, we've had these discussions before. Again, so let me reiterate, for those of you who are new, and in fact, for those who keep on missing the point, if the system were to go down right now, we were having the system right now, and it went out, it went on the blink, we would have to stop the meeting and could not continue. And if it doesn't come back on, meeting's over. And we cannot come back until we announce another 72-hour notice, is that correct? And we couldn't start another meeting, and we would lose out on opportunities for funds. And those people that are here to talk on those items, you'd have to just come back.
Councilmember Hurtado, if I can add to that. The reason why we would not be able to go on with the meeting would be because we have allowed all of you to reach out to me and provide your comments. We've allowed you to come into the council chambers to provide those comments. If we don't allow you to do that, then we're violating that right that you have. So with the new system, we wouldn't have to do that.
Yeah, and I don't know if the city attorney wants to add anything to that, but again, the law right now, I've read this thoroughly. It's a very lengthy Senate Bill 707. And believe me, if we could put the system in place right now and guarantee that there will be nothing that crashes, would be great, but there's no guarantee. Technology is not perfect. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. City Treasurer?
Sure, thank you. I have two questions. One is related to translation services. If someone could just walk us through, I saw it's Wordly AI, that's the application that's being used, but how would the members of the audience really, take that in? Do they need to download an app? Do they need their phone? Do they need earphones, or are they going to hold their phone next to their ear? What's that workflow look like? What if someone could elaborate?
Sure, City Treasurer. So there's going to be a couple of options with Wordly. One, Wordly is going to be integrated into the Microsoft Teams platform. So we're working on setting up a dedicated phone line for translation. So that phone line will essentially translate the entire meeting into Spanish. And so that's one of the hurdles that we're working through. For the in-person component of that, the hardware that we're hoping to procure is going to allow us to stream the translation of the meeting via the existing headsets that are in the chambers. So those folks who would like to listen to the meeting in Spanish can just put those headsets on and listen. There will also be a QR code available for those that desire to use their own device so that they can see the closed captioning of the translation in real time. The chamber itself will have closed captioning streamed to the screens. So there will be text translating in real time from English to Spanish across the screens there. And so that's how that platform's going to work.
Yeah, thank you for that. Now, I've heard from members of the audience, about Zoom and the complexity of Teams and other systems. Now, there is some, justification to that concern. There's, technically three systems: Teams, YouTube, and then Wordly, really creating more complexity for the clerk to operate and to troubleshoot when something goes wrong. So, I've been in this industry, and meaning in the technology sector, for nearly 30 years. So I've seen from inception to how it's evolved over the years. And, it's better just to have one system that performs all three instead of having these three different dispersed systems. And, years ago, well, not that long ago, there was a point where I used to bring in my equipment to be able to stream those, the actual council member meetings online. And if there comes a time where Zoom is a better option, which I think, there's some valid, reasons why Zoom is a good option. And what I'm hearing today, that the barrier to go to Zoom is roughly, I heard $100 per month. To be able to do that, I'll pay the $100 per month. Let's just move forward. We just need to select what's best for the city, what's a great balance. We have to conduct our meetings. There was some technical concerns in the past. I think with the investments that we're making, hopefully that stabilizes things. But let's not, just limit ourselves. I mean, I know we're in a tight situation, so whatever I could do to chip in. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, City Treasurer, thank you for enlightening us as to which platform would probably be the most efficient and productive for the city. So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're indicating that Zoom would be able to not only obviously record the video, do the translation, and do real-time, obviously, phone call or video. Am I correct?
All those services have been known to flow correctly through Zoom and other platforms. Translation services, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's an integration or an app that needs to be turned on within Zoom, but it's available in their marketplace, if I'm not mistaken. But the other services should be native to Zoom.
And what's the cost?
Well, I heard, I have not personally looked into it, but I did hear from the audience that it was roughly $1,000 a year. So can't be more than 100 a month, if that's what I'm hearing.
Luis, if we looked into it, do you have those numbers, or city manager?
We
I-
did.
I- oh,
Sorry,
go
go ahead. We did look into it. We can definitely bring those costs to you. So the government licensing is per seat. So I believe it's around $1,200, $1,300 a year for the. We would need like a webinar type license that Zoom government does offer. And so, I mean, look, for me, whatever the council wants to do, we can do. If the streaming, the YouTube streaming, I don't believe, and city manager, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe there is an intent to replace the video portion of the streaming from away from YouTube. But if there is, that is not part of the scope of what I was looking at.
Yeah, I think to the treasurer's first comment, I think we all agree that technology, the more you layer in, the more complex you get at this point, and maybe that changes in the future. We do not know of one platform that will be, say, compatible with a platform like YouTube, where you can just click on YouTube and see all the past videos, access them from anywhere. And it also has translation, and it also can be some kind of call in or feed. We're going to have at this point YouTube for streaming, if we, and then translation system, some other one, because Zoom may have an app, it may not. If it does have an app, it may be an extra cost. So we can do more research. That's part of the process of this coming in April and not July 1st. So we can certainly look into all that. But we also, again, want to look at not just cost, the complexity for application from our city clerk. How many controls, how many pieces are there? The simpler, the better. And we can bring that back at a upcoming meeting for another discussion if you'd like.
I would make that motion, that we do the research and then bring it back
Yeah.
and present it.
I agree. I think we got to look at all our options. And can we just continue this item with Or do we have to redo the whole thing again? Because all I'm interested in is the comparison between that. I've talked to a lot of my friends who could not make it to the meeting tonight, who also are recommending a Zoom option. And so we're able to take a look at both side-by-side comparisons, what the benefits are, what the impacts are, I think would be the best way. So I don't know how much time they need, but we got till July 1st to put it in place. So if I may, if that was a motion, I will second it, but is that okay the way I worded it? Just bring a comparison side by side between the Zoom and.
Well, I would say a full evaluation because I am intrigued by what the treasurer indicated. If it has all of those pieces
Right.
already embedded, city clerk only needs to learn one and it makes her job that much more easier.
Yeah.
And training, I'm sure, could be provided.
So the thought would be if there's a couple different layers to this, and actually the two items in front of you are agnostic to what platform we're using. So the idea of a policy that talks about how the disruption will be handled, we'll talk about how many minutes, the order of who speaks first, all those items you saw in the policy, regardless of what platform, we could still get direction tonight if you'd like. And then when it comes to needing a device that from our administrative services director's instruction can be used from any platform, we could still get your approval to appropriate the equipment. And that could still be done with an understanding that the research as to which platform fits within the policy onto the hardware would be brought back. So we could have some action on these items and we'll bring back the rest and the research and have that discussion and a continuation if that's all right with you guys.
That's fine. And yeah, it doesn't matter about you're not going to pay. Well, the city can cover that. We won't make it a part of the motion that you'll have to pay. That's not going to happen.
But I do want to make sure that we do it with ample time because I want to make sure we're testing it in the back so that when we bring it out July 1st.
Yeah, we can have the research back at the next meeting.
Right.
But the resolution for the disruption remote I'm fine with moving forward on that.
And the equipment appropriation.
Yeah, okay. All right, and we just bring back the rest. The other will be continued.
So
the
only thing, so we're not continuing anything.
No,
The two
we'll bring
recommendations
back
were
a separate item at council's request related to the platform.
To the platform.
Yes, our recommendation is that council consider taking action on this, on these items.
So moved.
Well, let's just articulate what the motion is. Councilwoman Avalos suggested continuing the entire item. There was a second on that. There's been no vote taken. There's a suggestion that you approve items A and B on this, but continue the item back, focusing on whether it's going to be a team or a Zoom.
Right.
That's the amendment I'll make to it.
All right. And so Councilwoman Avalos, are you okay accepting that amendment?
Yes.
All right. So the current motion is then to approve items A and B that are listed on the agenda bill with direction to staff to bring back this item, continue this item to the next meeting, the first meeting in May, to have a focused discussion on which platform the city council will use, whether it be a Teams or a Zoom.
Correct.
Is that the motion?
That is the motion.
All right.
And that's the amendment, yeah.
Roll call. Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Davila? Vice Mayor Rios?
Yes.
Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Mr. Mayor, can we take a 5-minute recess?
Sure. We'll take a 5-minute break.
My daughter and my wife keep you guys in business. We have 2 or 3 packages from Amazon every day. And twice on Sunday. So there you go. They come on Sunday. I get Amazon.
Item number 5, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council will consider A, renaming the park located on Southern Avenue between Alameda Street and State Street, currently known as Cesar Chavez Park, and B, consider the 5-year names, 5 names recommended by the Parks and Recreation Commission. C, authorize the Director of Parks and Recreation to replace the park identification signs and park benches to reflect the approved name. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Making this presentation is Tina De La Rosa.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. So tonight, I want to go over the renaming of Cesar Chavez Park. So the city recently conducted a reassessment of public facilities named after Cesar Chavez. As a result of the review and an abundance of caution and consideration was given to rename the park, currently known as Cesar Chavez Park. So on the slide here before you, you have a visual of Cesar Chavez Park. We have 2 separate playgrounds on each side of the middle pathway there. Let me switch. There you go. So here's the different view from the floor of this is actually the left. If you're facing it, here's the left side of the park or the east side of the park. I'm sorry, the west side of the park. That shows the pagoda, swing set for smaller children and a smaller playground for the younger age children. And on the east side of the park, you have the larger playground for the older children to utilize. And I have a couple photos here of some zoomed in images of the playgrounds, both playgrounds for both age groups. The fiscal impact for this would just be the replacement of some benches. So there's 3 benches there that need to be replaced because they have the name on the bench itself, on the backing of the bench, as well as 2 signs that are on each side of the park as you enter in, or by the playgrounds, I should say, indicating that it was Cesar Chavez Park. So these are the recommended, you actually had directed our Parks and Rec Commission to identify 3 to 5 potential names for consideration. And the names before you that were brought forth by the commission after engagement and deliberation, the recommended names are Southern Avenue Park, Southgate Gardens, Farm Worker Unity Park, Linear Park, and Unity Park. So if anybody have any questions? Go back.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and open up to any member here in the audience. If any member in the audience would like to discuss this item, and thank you, Tina, for your presentation.
Lizette Ruiz. I live on Kaufman, and I'm a vice chair for the Parks and Rec Commission. And I just want to repeat some of the comments that I made when this item came up to us. For me, as a person who grew up in Southeast LA, as a former youth organizer, working in the environmental justice movement with queer youth, our focus was always to empower youth, empower our members to really create change in our communities without singling out leaders, because for us, it was always important to create a movement where everybody is a leader. And so saying that, I also think it's important to highlight members who have a great effect in our community. Unfortunately, we can see that not everybody is perfect. And, you know, by far, some folks have proven to be far from perfect, as happened, you know, with Cesar Chavez. I think a lot of people in the movement were already aware of his shortcomings as a Latino, in my opinion, against immigrants without legal status in this country. However, I think that we still need to highlight the movement of the farm workers movement because it is so important to our country. My grandfather who raised me was a bracero who worked in the farms for over 15 years, I think actually even longer when he came to this country when he was 15, and really, was able to keep and raise my father as a single father himself. And so to me, I think it's important and I would vouch for the Farm Worker Unity Park because I think it is a very significant movement for our community, for so many of us who have family who worked. And, I still have family who come from Mexico to work in the farms. And so I think, as people who work really hard to get our food to our tables, I think it's important to show our appreciation to them and to have that. And my dream would be to, maybe even have a placard talking about the movement and how it unified the Filipino community and the Mexican community, because it was a really crucial part of making that grape boycott, their unity and reaching out and working together. And unfortunately, I hate to see us just forget about them because of the horrible actions of one person. So thank you.
All right, so I'd like to make my pitch as to what the name of this park should be. It's unfortunate that, Cesar Chavez got Me Too'd, but it happened. He did what he did. And, to hit on Ruiz's statements, you could name it after the other person that contributed significantly to the farm workers movement, and that's Dolores Huerta, one of his accusers. I mean, this lady has been neglected and overlooked for so long, and you want to talk about contribution to society. I mean, this lady put her life on the line in service of this cause. So I would like to recommend Dolores Huerta Park as a possible name consideration. The other one I'd like to put out there is West Side Park. This sadly is probably going to be the one and only park the city of Southgate builds on the west side of our city, unless the city is looking at other parcels on the west and north bit of our town to develop pocket parks. I mean, this is it. We're not, I said this before, the west and north side of our city is like a fucking desert. There is no green space for these people. And so West Side Park is my pitch for this renaming also. And then to hit on linear park. So a linear park, I'm sure you've seen these. It's just like a straight line, and hence linear. It's like, like a line, a linear line. So how about combining West Side Linear Park? How about that for an idea? West Side Linear Park. And then you have Southern Avenue Park. Well, how about Southern Avenue Linear Park? How about that? And then what was the other one? Southgate Gardens. Okay, that's all right. Unity Park. No, I'll leave it at that. All right, that's all.
Good afternoon or good evening. Too many choices. I think the Parks Commission came up with those 5. You must have had some kind of community effort to try to reach out. So for us to try to change that with different names, I think is kind of silly. Anyway, my thought is to keep it with the Farm Workers Unity Park. There's no reason to penalize a whole movement because of one individual. So if I had a vote, I would say the Farm Workers Unity Park. Thank you for your time.
Jimmy Ozeda, Southgate resident. Yeah, there was input at the Rec and Park Commission, but if I recall correctly, the Rec and Park Commission came up with the names before they opened it up to public comment. So I'm going to go ahead and read a few things that I mentioned there after they selected the names. I think what I'm kind of going to recommend is that we take the same approach that we've taken for other green space on the west side. For example, State Street Park on State Street and Southern Avenue. The street name the park, Stanford Avenue Park, next to Stanford Avenue Elementary, which is next to Stanford Avenue. My recommendation is to break up the name to the corresponding sections on Southern Avenue. For the section next to State Street, Trouba Avenue Park for the section next to Trouba Avenue. This approach wouldn't require a vote in 10 years to undo something that felt right in the moment. I ask the city council return to what has worked. When a park sits on a named street, that's the name of the park. No need to overcomplicate and create unnecessary work for city staff. Thank you.
Edgar Pelayo, Southgate resident. So I think just keeping it simple, Southern Avenue Park would work, kind of in line with previous speaker. And I think that it would also be a good idea, although the opportunity wasn't given, but it would be great to have the community at large to participate and provide some suggestions. I know the process would take a little longer, but that's a good way to involve the community, get their input and try to figure something out for this. But just to keep it easy so that we don't have to revisit this a few years down the line, I think Southern Avenue Park would be good. Something that everyone can recognize, right? What park do you want? The one on Southern. And so everyone would definitely be able to get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any emails, Madam Clerk?
No emails, Mr. Mayor.
All right, bring it back to council.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, you know, these two parks are literally not in the backyard, but in the front yard of my mother's property. And every time I would hear Cesar Chavez Park, I would say, where is that? I didn't even know that that park was named after Cesar Chavez. And I would agree. Southgate Park is in the middle of Southgate. Stanford Park is right next to Stanford Elementary, which is where I went. State Street Park is right on State Street and Southern. Southern Park sounds good, but again, Southern runs parallel to Firestone Boulevard. So for me, it's kind of confusing because unfortunately we cannot do any gardens on any of those parks. So for me, farm workers really doesn't resonate growing up in that area at all. There were no parks when I was growing up. It was just dirt. So it makes sense to me, either Santa Fe, Trouba Park, or just because it is on Santa Fe. And as soon as you cross the street on Southern, it becomes Trouba. So again, giving that geographic location, I would be comfortable with Santa Fe Park because it is on Santa Fe Avenue. That would be my only take. And I would agree that we should open it up to the community that is within that area. I'm sure they could come up with a lot more names, but if we want to keep it simple and be consistent in what we've done with our other parks, why are we naming it Hollandale Community Park? Well, it's in Hollandale. Hollandale Regional Park, it's in Hollandale. So to me, it only makes sense to call it with the cross street that it's already on so that there is no confusion. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I think all the names, they really popped up, but on this one, we should give it to Stanford Elementary School students to pick the name of the park. Since it is so close to the school, we should have their input because they're the ones who live in the area. They're the ones that are going to be playing in that park. So I'm going to make a suggestion that we open it to the school to rename the park. So that's the names are Southern Avenue, Southern Gate, Farmer Workers Unity Park. Let's give the opportunity to the kids of Stanford Elementary School to name their park because that's in their area. So that's going to be my recommendation to open it to Stanford Elementary School. And those are my comments. So if that's in the form, if I need to make an form of a motion, I always believe that kids come out with some names that, who knows, they might come out with names that are already up there. But we should give them the opportunity to rename their park.
Okay, good ideas. You know, I want to keep it simple. You know, that is a park that I know we have some future plans to expand linear, right? I mean, we've talked about a dog park, we talked about different things, gardens along those parts, but I guess in this section, if we're just talking about this section, it makes sense. I think the Southern Avenue Park, I mean, because that seems that it's mostly on Southern than any other cross street. I mean, that's what I would support, and I would thank the Parks and Rec for coming up with, if we have to go out again, it's going to take a little longer. And who knows how many more names we're going to get.
But they didn't go out. It was the commissioners who came up with the names.
I'm fine with whatever. I mean, I'm just not something I'm stuck with, but just want to keep it simple.
Just to clarify, and I missed what you said, Councilmember Davila, not intentionally, but I was asking our city attorney just to clarify in regards to this specific item, if I'm going to be able to vote, given the fact that my mother's home is on Glenwood and not on, and he said yes. So just want to make that clarification, that I wanted to make sure the legalities on that one. Thank you. So what was your proposition? Leave it to the kids?
Leave it to the kids.
I concur.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Leave it to kids.
Okay, so when I was watching the meeting, and I really thought all the names that they were throwing out were very good. They all made sense. When I looked at the Southgate Gardens, I was wondering, well, there's really not a lot of gardens in there. Why come up with it? However, when I looked at the history, the name of Southgate actually was Southgate Gardens at one point. And so I kind of sort of thought, well, that kind of makes sense because of that. It's the historical original name of the city of Southgate. And then it was shortened up just to Southgate. And so I thought that was one of my two top choices. The other one, Farm Workers Unity Park. The reason that one resonates with me is my father was a farm worker. He too came through the Bracero program back in the 1950s, and I was raised in a union family, and I always felt that, and to this day, being a big supporter of unions, and I agree with Henry Gonzalez and his comment that it makes sense to do that. But again, I like those two. Not that the others are bad or any of the suggestions that have been made are bad. I don't misquote me on that. What I'm saying is Southgate Gardens made sense only because that was the original name of the city of Southgate back in 1917. And the other, Farm Workers Unity Park, because it keeps it in line with my personal feelings on unions and the support of unions. But again, those are my two choices, but I have no objection taking it to the students and letting them, discuss it. So anyhow.
Yeah, thank you. And I too think that we should definitely make it easy, right? And I like the idea of naming it like all the other parks that we have in our community, like State Street Park and Stanford Park. So I thought that the ideal name would be Santa Fe Avenue Park, right? Because of the location of where the street was. But I really think that it would be a great idea to open it up to the students there at Stanford Elementary. I think that they would, I think the teachers there would be able to make it into a project for them to be able to get them engaged and get them civilly engaged to a process and have them be part of be able to do something here. And I think that would be kind of fun, for them to be part of the process and put a stamp on their ability to do that. So I'm open to that. Madam Clerk, would you like
So
to
would
say?
it be for Stanford Elementary or Willow Elementary or both? So are we going to open it up to only Stanford Elementary and Willow, or can we do both? Because they're both in the same vicinity.
That's true. Yeah, they're both in the
Yeah, we
same
can
one.
do both. I
Yeah.
mean, both of the schools, because they're so close to.
They're so close to it, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
This park is currently ballot drop box location. And once the name change, once we name change it, I will notify LA County so that they can update for future elections. It's too late to make any changes, of course, for the June election, but they will update it for the November. I just want to make it known, and I don't want the public to be confused at all. On your ballot drop box, it will say the location as Cesar Chavez for the June election.
Okay.
So you just had to throw a wrench in this whole thing. Nice. But I'm okay taking it to the students of the two schools. I'm fine with that.
Before the
So,
school year's over.
I don't know how the best way of announcing it to them would be, but I'm fine with that.
We could work with our communication team and our Parks and Rec team to work on a way to communicate with the schools. One idea could be having each school come up with their top 2 or 3, and then those could be brought back, because you may have one school that, like, if we combine it as a total, and one school put in 2 ideas or 2 votes for their top one, the other school put 500, and we merge them and they're equal, and just to create some ability to, in the end, make sense of this. So just a thought, perhaps both schools get their top 2 or 3, we bring those back to council, and then figure out how to pick one, if that makes sense. Okay, and we can do that, and then try to get that we'll talk to the principals, figure out a process, and then, of course, need to have this turned around before the end of school. Okay.
Could we put it on the last meeting in June? Because the kids get out the first, second week of,
They get out.
they get out the first couple of weeks at the beginning of
I believe they're out
right?
June
So if you
10th.
have it at the end, by then the election would have already happened, and we can.
Mr. Mayor, and just we have the opportunity to talk to the principals on Monday, because we have the
School collaborative.
school safety collaborative meeting.
That'd be a good opportunity.
Yeah, maybe we could pull those 2 principals aside, either before or after, just so we're not, if we bring it up with the entire group, we may have much more schools jumping in, and it could get complicated. But yes, we could take that advantage of that, and plan to bring it back. Of course, the schools have their own calendars as far as what they can fit in, but we'll try to work with them to see if there's a way to get everything wrapped up and back to council by the first meeting in June.
Could we possibly give them some parameters, just so that we don't get all kinds of names? Probably stick to something that's geographic, that, within the region. Because I'm sure, trust me when I tell you, kids can come up with some really good names.
Mr. Treasurer, you have an objection to Pikachu Park, if that's what they choose?
No, that's fine, Mewtwo, Pikachu, pick any of them, that's
All
fine.
right.
I think Gil wants Shohei Park.
Oh, no. No Dodger. No Dodger. No.
The difficulty of these things can be,
Mhm.
how you do that, and then even how you pick once you get them back. Do you have any ideas, Tina, how we might construct this?
Well, even when we brought it before the commission, there were some guidance parameters, suggestions of different things and then we just kind of let them go. But at least we give them some sort of a guideline or some sort of something to kind of guide them.
Geography.
Yeah, so we
and
had geography.
Basically,
yeah.
some characteristics of the neighborhood
Mhm.
where the park sits.
Yeah,
So I would say
history of
those would be the
history of the
parameters,
city,
just-
geography, characteristics of the neighborhood. Try to be in that area.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll do it.
So no further action, just bring it back,
Continue it to
continue it.
June.
I think for the item we got direction, we could bring it back as a new item. I don't know if,
Okay.
I think we've got.
But
the direction.
let the commissioners know they did a really good job. We like all the names they put out there. I don't want them to feel bad that we're rejecting their. Okay, all right. Item 6 now.
All right, thank you. Item number 6.
The city council will have a discussion regarding the implementation of a financial review committee. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, council. I have a short PowerPoint. Is there a clicker in the neighborhood, or did it go somewhere? Oh, there we go. You could have thrown it. No pressure to catch that. At the last meeting that we held, the council decided to put the UUT item on the ballot, and a part of that discussion was talking about having citizen review or input in our financial, another set of eyes on our finances, how we might integrate that into our operations. And so there was a commitment to bring that back to the next meeting. So this is, again, another discussion for, discussion with the council, see if there's direction. I'll just run through. It's really just 2 slides here. So if you want to do a citizen committee, typically we want to define the purpose. What is the purpose of the committee? One of the items could be review the current state of city finances as they pertain to the upcoming UUT measures. So there's a lot of discussion. Do we have a real deficit? Do we have a spending problem? Do we have a revenue problem? Where do the expenses go? Why can't we use CIP funds? What's the difference between a CIP fund and a water fund? And there's so much complexity in the budget. So would it be helpful to bring a group of citizens in, perhaps assigned one for each council? They could spend time with staff, learn about how budgets work, how our revenues are, expenditures, the historical trends, and then, ask the questions, dig in, roll up the sleeves, work together. Another possible purpose could be, the real decisions as far as what the city's going to do each year are guided, of course, by the council, and that's during a budget process that happens each year. So you could have a budget committee. Now, our budget is really far along the process for this fiscal year, as we got direction at the last meeting of really the main budget decisions, as we had to decide on our cuts early this year. So this budget season is basically through, but the next budget season would start in January. Could be a committee that started then to look at that, or there could be another purpose the council might want to look at. And then once you have a purpose defined, then the scope. What's the timeline the committee would be operating for, and what area would they be reviewing? Is it going through the warrant register, looking at every invoice? Is it broad, looking at overall fiscal structure, looking at reserves, looking at, pension costs? So there can be many areas to review. There can be timelines. The committee lasts for 4 months, 6 months. It's ongoing. All those are part of the dialogue. But if we are talking about a potential option, I would just offer this as an idea based on the feedback I've been listening to in the last year, is we could look at an ad hoc community finance committee consisting of 5 community members that each council member would appoint. One, they could meet from May to September of this year, so that would ramp up right away. The purpose would be to learn about the city's financial condition and report their findings to the city council and the community at a council meeting prior to the November ballot measure. So this would be a group of outside eyes that aren't staff, that aren't the council. They learn about the budget. They can ask all the questions they want. Ad hoc would be something where it's a group that meets for a temporary purpose, and it's allows, sitting in a room with a laptop and just asking whatever questions come up and rolling up the sleeves kind of group that can get into the details. I've had dialogues with community members at a council setting, at a more one-on-one session, or small group sessions, both in this city and other cities. And that particular model can work really well if we have, say, 5 people that really want to know the details. We can be in a room, we can meet and crunch through things, versus, say, I've also been at a city with a finance commission kind of committee where it's in a broader scope. You've got all the processes of televised, and it can be hard to get in the details. It can be good to have general conversations. So this ad hoc would be a group to dig deep and then report back to the council their findings. Do we, from their opinion, from what they've learned, do we have a revenue problem or a spending problem? Do they see a deficit issue? What are their thoughts about, the state of our finances? Do they see value in a UUT? That would give another set of eyes and an opinion back to the community in September, which would be before the November ballot measure. So that could be an immediate concept for a committee that could perhaps answered some of those questions that some of the committee wonders is are all the information they're hearing accurate. So that doesn't preclude some other committee being formed, say next budget season or anything else this community that council might want to do, but it's a proposal just for something to meet maybe some of the immediate needs. With that, I pitch it back to the council for any discussion.
All right, thank you very much. I'll go ahead and open up to any member of the audience. If you have any questions regarding this discussion item.
All right, so for this and the ad hoc committee, the recommendation I'd like to say to the council members, I want to see Jennifer Seipert on the ad hoc committee as well as Jimmy Ozaeta. I value their opinion and judgment. Seipert had, I don't know how many years on the Parks and Rec Commission as a commissioner. That's dedication. That's commitment right there. And then Ozaeta, in my conversations that I've had with him, and he and I, we're in line with so many things that's wrong with this city and things that need to be fixed. The one thing that he and I have a big major disagreement on where we part company is the utility user tax. I think we need it. He doesn't trust you people with money. And I don't either. But for the sake and benefit of our city, we need that utility user tax. I mean, there's just no way forward without it. Regarding what do they review? Well, how about what the cuts that your Pinocchio presented during the last three budget presentations? How on earth do you do budget presentations? See, you guys are like the board of directors, right? And the CEO is the city manager. So if the CEO for a company were to present cuts to all the departments, how on earth is he going to do so without any numbers pertaining to any of the cuts for the departments? I mean, that's a joke. I mean, they'd fire his ass is what they do. So I would like the list of cuts per department be made available, the numbers for those cuts made available to the ad hoc committee. And also regarding the utility user tax surveys, well, where's the raw data? How about making that raw data available to the ad hoc committee? I think that, we paid for that money, general fund money. You did 2 surveys, and all we got was a presentation at the last meeting, which was good, but not enough. Give us the raw data, let the committee see it. And as a matter of fact, you have a button on the city's website, an icon to click on for the utility user tax. Why isn't that the survey on there as well? Put it on the city website, the raw data for the utility user tax. All in with that.
All right, seeing no other. Any emails, Madam Clerk? Oh.
I actually agree with the city manager's second recommendation, which was to have a finance committee that isn't focused solely on the utility users tax. And I think it would be necessary because of something you guys mentioned in the beginning of the year related to having the opportunity for residents to start recommending cuts themselves in the chance that the utility users tax isn't passed. I think that would be a great opportunity to pivot and maybe have that maybe a finance commission kind of take that responsibility in having that input so that it's not something that or something that expands the opportunity of residents to give their input. And that way it can also be something that's for lack of a better word, televised online, giving more people access and more detailed information. I've been a part of several budget committee meetings and not a lot of people attend. So I think this would be a really good opportunity for people that really want to get into the weeds to really participate and have this filmed so that, it stays in the public record and we don't get those comments about, I guess, misunderstandings or whatever. But yeah, I think it would be a great opportunity for residents to really give more information, get more information and give more input. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, any emails?
No emails, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to council. Any questions from council?
It's not so much a question as it is a comment that, I heard the city manager talk about an ad hoc, but I think if we really want to do this right, we should have a standing finance commission, as they will be looking at all of the funds and truly, truly be a citizens oversight commission that is not just for a one-time issue, but it will be a consistent long-term. Because again, we are asking, and we did ask the community for that 1 cent, and if we're asking them for any additional funding through the UUT, is that there should be some kind of an oversight, and that will consistently be building that trust with the community. So for me, it would be more of a standing finance commission, so that they can actually be looking at everything and be able to understand it. Because if you have an ad hoc, it's here for today, gone tomorrow, and people leave and people move on. Whereas there's an individual that's on the finance commission and is actually looking at the numbers, I would hope that that person could be on that commission long-term to actually grasp it and understand it. Again, all of us are council members. When we came into office, we don't know it all. We had to learn. And some of the learning happened in some of those conferences. There is no university that provides certificates or titles to council members that say, hey, you're knowledgeable in this area. There just isn't. We learn as we go, which I would think that in doing this, we can rebuild that trust with our community. Thank you.
Yeah, all I'm looking for is some consistency, somebody who's capable of doing it and staying long-term. And so whether it was an ad hoc committee or whether it's a committee that meets periodically, as long as, it's consistent. I don't want to appoint somebody one time and then say, 5 months later, appoint a different person. I just want to see a consistent group involved in it. That's my only input on this.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager, for bringing this item up. I think it's important to get the community involved. I know we've had a number of budget meetings throughout the year, and a lot of times people don't show up. And we've even had subcommittees where very few people do show up because it's just complicated. It's layered, many layers of it, and it takes a while to really understand. So I think you have the framework you presented. We've talked about this, and I think you're on the right track. To move forward with this and give you directions. I think all of us appointing somebody, and then in the end, those folks are going to bring it back to council and the staff, and then we're going to weigh in on it. So, and I think it helps for transparency, for accountability. So I think we're on the right track. So I would support this effort. I think the framework's there, and I would. And I think we need a little bit more detail, but that can be worked on.
Yeah, and I agree that I think that having a standard oversight, I think is the only issue I have with it is I believe that having a ad hoc and I'm going to use the information that I got from one of your commissioners, Pilar, Eric Trujillo. When he came in and actually met with our finance director, it was a 30-minute meeting that ended up being 2.5 hours. He said that he was able to learn so much and being able to roll up his sleeves, as our city manager said, and really dive into what the finances for our city were and really ask the questions and be able to get detailed responses and spend the time to be able to do that. It was more important for him to be able to do that, or more influential to be able to do that, than to be able to be in an open room and try to ask questions in a setting that way, because it can be very confusing and convoluted when you're doing it in that setting, because there's a lot of things that start to happen in an open setting, right? And I think one of the things that we were trying to control is only that we have the opportunity to educate the residents on how budgets work. I really appreciate the way our police department has their academy, right? When they bring in their residents in to show them how the police department runs all of their functions and all of that, and all of their department. And, people walk away with a different mindset of how a police department works. That's what we're trying to build here. And I think building that trust helps with that in mind. And I think just creating that trust starts with that ad hoc, and then we build from that. And I think if we can start with that, I would appreciate it. If council believes that we need to have a more standard formalized thing, I will go with whatever council believes. But I think that would be helpful if we can have something that a little
Mr.
bit more.
Mayor, yeah, and again, before I appoint anybody to anything, I have a long discussion with them, and I inform them, that being involved in a commission or ad hoc committee or what have you requires time, requires that they're going to be dedicated, meeting with staff, bringing in their own points of view, of course, but they've got to be able to meet with staff and completely understand what is presented. One additional thing, one thing that was not involved in that is, but it's going to be up to him, but I would like to see that whatever committee is, or ad hoc committee or finance committee is set up, that the treasurer plays a role in it, where he sits in on it. That's how the ad hoc committee was before. And I think his experience, his knowledge of our finances would be very much, part of it.
Go ahead, City Treasurer.
I want to agree with Councilmember Avalos. I think her approach in having a permanent committee would probably be best. That committee, I would recommend meeting quarterly. I think monthly it's a bit much, but quarterly they could review the warrants, they could review a lot of the upcoming material as well and make recommendations. And of course, I would be supportive in being part of the committee if the council feels that's best and that's the direction. Thank you.
Just to clarify, City Attorney, even if it's a standing formal commission that needs to comply with the Brown Act, that does not hold back the committee from having study sessions. Am I correct?
No, so a couple things. An ad hoc committee versus a standing committee. An ad hoc committee is temporary in nature. It's typically comprised of a subset of the city council. That's been our practice here. So not more than 2 people would constitute an ad hoc committee. It's given a specific charge, and then upon completion of that work, the ad hoc committee dissolves. That's the typical phraseology that we use for an ad hoc committee. And an ad hoc committee is not subject to the Brown Act so long as it constitutes just members of the city council. If you throw in someone who's not on the city council, then the Brown Act applies. A standing committee is a committee that is of a more permanent nature. It can be composed of non-city council members that would make recommendations. The big difference between a standing committee versus an ad hoc committee is 2. It's normally longer in duration, so it could carry on over year to year. As a standing committee, it could make recommendations to the city council, but it would require a compliance with the Brown Act. So it would be subject to the same rules that you all are subject to. You can't meet in serial sessions. You can't come and create concurrences outside of a committee meeting, and you you'd have to post the agenda for these meetings, et cetera, et cetera. So it would be subject to the Brown Act from that perspective. That's not a bad idea because it just adds to the overall transparency, but it creates a more rigid functioning committee because if you have members of that committee that don't show up, and you don't have a quorum, you don't have a meeting.
And how does the study session work if it's a finance, it would be kind of like our 2-2-1 meetings if they would have to do like a study session?
Well, you can do the meeting, just so the council, the public knows, a 2-2-1 meeting is really intended to be educational. It's
Right.
intended to not form any kind of concurrence. It's just intended to help expedite and provide some common basic knowledge. So you could still do the 221 meetings and have the members of that standing committee be briefed. You just can't use those to form an agreement or a concurrence or to ask for a vote ahead of time outside of the requirements of the Brown Act.
A question, if you had 5 citizens with no council members, and it has a limited term, can it be an ad hoc committee without it needing to comply with the Brown Act?
Once you have members that are not council members, it's subject to the Brown Act. That's my
So it would be
understanding.
similar to like our planning commissions and our Parks and Rec commissions that are in compliance with the Brown Act, correct?
My understanding, and I'll research this because I got a funky face by the city manager on that. My understanding is that if you had a ad hoc committee that was temporary in nature, but it was limited and it was comprised of people that were not on the council, would be subject to the Brown Act. My view is that it would be, but I've not researched that issue, and I can get back to you on that subsequently.
Okay. So again, for me, it does go back to having some consistency. And again, with Measure P, I did my homework, and it did show that there was a Measure P oversight board, and they only met twice. So again, for me and for the community, I think it would be having that consistency moving forward so that we begin to mend some of that distrust that is already there.
I think that I like the idea of just piloting it and making it more flexible at the beginning, and then trying it ad hoc, and then and see what goes, and then we could always reevaluate it later on as we go along. I mean, if we want to make it a standing committee, I mean, there's a lot. In the end, it's going to come back to us. So I mean, that would be my recommendation, at least right now. Not complicate it more. Just get people involved, and I like the informality where they could ask questions in a room and then come back with some recommendation. So that's
I don't want to make a decision unless we know the correct answer, though. That's the I think that should be the priority.
So City Attorney, do you want us to provide you grace so that you can research it and then bring it back to this body?
We're just looking at the definition here. I think I'm leaning that more in the direction I stand correct, that I am correct, and that this would be subject to a Brown Act issue. If, for example, you said to the city manager, go and get 5 people together, have them meet once a quarter, but it was not a vote, it was not a direction of the city council, then I think you do not require a Brown Act compliance for that. In other words, it would be a committee that would not be formally created by the city council. You're just giving staff direction to the city manager to do that. So under those committees, no Brown Act. Once you take an official action to create a committee that you would say, 5 of you or majority of you create a committee that is not limited to just 2 of you, then it's subject to the Brown Act, is my view.
So even if we went that route, we can still include the treasurer's
Yes.
presence.
Yes, whether you include the treasurer or not, that's not the trigger point for the Brown Act. The trigger point is the official establishment by this city council.
So similar to our planning commission, this council had to basically indicate we want to form a planning commission that reviews that we are in compliance with a lot of the codes and the zoning, correct? In
Right,
this
but-
case, it would be a standing finance committee that would look at the budget and all of the numbers and meeting and still complying with the Brown Act, but they can still have study sessions if need be? That's my question.
Yeah, and the planning commission is part of our city ordinance.
Yes.
So there are certain, you appoint them, you can
Mhm.
disappoint them, discontinue, disappoint them?
Not disappointed.
This hyphen, appoint.
Unappointed.
Unappoint. You cannot
Unappointed.
unappoint them. But there are rules for that. So the fundamental thing here is that, you may want to create an ad hoc committee, a temporary committee, see how that works, let it play out, and then take from that and figure out whether you want to dissolve that ad hoc committee
And create.
and create a new one, but limit it to, this was a specific time period that was
Right.
put forth before you, right? It was for a couple of months between now and September, how I saw the presentation. That calls out for an ad hoc committee. Have them report back, and then you can be informed about what makes sense, and then you can decide whether you want to go the more formal route, or you just want to repeat this exercise next year and keep it on an ad hoc basis, right? And that way you can get the best of both worlds. You get the community input, you can see what works, what doesn't work, and then you can always improve that model as opposed to going to the more rigid, structured standing committee route.
But if we
Mr. Vice
do,
Mayor,
I'm sorry, real quick, but if we do an ad hoc, it would have to be chosen by, the committee is chosen by our city manager?
No,
No?
yeah, you have your choice. You can direct the city manager to choose it, or you can choose it.
Okay.
and that sounds like was that your
And
motion, Mr. Rios?
The fundamental thing is, if you choose it, Brown Act, requisite.
Right.
City manager chooses it, non-Brown Act. That's really the big difference.
Mr. City
and-
Attorney, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
If you can enlighten our viewers, what are the repercussions for violating the Brown Act?
Well, in this particular case, the Brown Act requires you to limit your discussions to what's posted on the agenda. And this would be a committee that would just be making recommendations. It wouldn't have any spending authority there. Any recommendations they would make would come back to the city council. So if there was a Brown Act violation here, those recommendations technically would not be considered official recommendations of the committee because they were not consistent with the Brown Act, number one. And number two, any violation of the Brown Act can be reported to the district attorney, and for the district attorney then to make an inquiry about whether or not this city, including this committee, is violating the Brown Act or not. Those are the primary things. The recommendations would be invalid if there's a violation, and they come under scrutiny from the district attorney's office.
And just to clarify too, the thought of a Brown Act, which is more public, the attempt of maybe not having it be a Brown Act is not to try to hide anything.
Right.
It's just from years of experience of the types of deep, if we want a group to be deep dive, and like we mentioned the Parks Commissioner who has a accounting background, he's learning because he's in the private sector, like what's the GASB rules and what's fund accounting and what's the difference between special funds or revenue. Like we have a lot of governmental stuff, and if you start digging deep, it gets very complicated. And if you have a narrow agenda and people are trying to dig into that, it can be very hard to stay within an agenda. And then you have 5 different people wanting to all sort of play off that, and then you can end up down in the corner and off on the side. And so the benefits of, the idea here is not to hide things, but to allow more, 2 people can't show up. We could still have a quorum. We could meet. We could talk about sort of randomly whatever comes up at first, because there is so much to learn. It could be very chaotic, and we have a little more freedom to just move at different people's speeds and adapt and adjust in the middle of a meeting to some rabbit hole, come back. It's just an attempt to try to provide the best foundation for a group, especially if we're doing something like reviewing the finances before a due date, like September, for instance. That's going to be multiple meetings. If we had a quarterly schedule, the group meets once in June, they'll barely get their toes wet. And then, if the community's looking for a report at the next meeting, on are we ready for UT or not, there's no way they'd have that depth. So before, if there isn't a desire to have citizen thought on that, fine. Then, quarterly, and it could talk more about the big picture. And over maybe a year and a half, the group would start getting their feet under them. And if that's the purpose for some general finance, or like, I wouldn't say oversight, because council, no matter what, is the overseers, but review committee, that's great to have a purpose too. But it just really, what's the purpose? Is the purpose to have that citizen review before we go to the ballot? Or is it an annual, every year kind of high level review group? Even then, there's a whole lot of energy that happens February through June at a city. That's when all the big decisions for budget are made. And then the other 6 months is not where all the big decisions are made. So having a standing group, you can have maybe too much information in the spring and then not much going on in November. So all these things can be done many different ways. It's just, what's the purpose? What are we trying to get out of the group? And if there is an urgency to do something to report back to the community with a set of eyes on all the detailed finances, that's the recommendation. If you want that purpose, let's get a group meeting every month, regularly, and deep diving, rolling up sleeves in a 3, whatever it takes, 3 hours. If we try to do a Brown Act with briefings, we're multiplying each meeting now into 3 meetings, because we'd have to have an informational meeting with 2 people and then a separate meeting with 2 more and a separate with 1. We're now tripling the staff time with limited resources. So I'm trying to balance all those things, talking out loud, hopefully not confusing you. We can do whatever you want, but it's just, what's the purpose?
Yeah.
So again, for me, it goes back to, they can have study sessions even though.
But it'll be 3 meetings, like a meeting with 2, a meeting with 2, and a meeting with 1. If you mean a briefing, so it's 3 separate meetings. If we're trying to
Do
do
any
that.
of our commissions have study sessions? Planning?
I'm not aware, I wouldn't be in on the.
Okay. Well, somebody from the audience answered. So, I mean, for me, it would still go back to having some consistency moving forward. And if they can have study sessions and they are allowed in other commissions, I don't see what the problem is or what the issue would be.
It's just staff resources. If there's a goal by, say, September to report out with the people all being educated enough to be able to report out, and if there's an expectation they're knowledgeable, it's going to take many, many meetings. And we could do that if we're doing 3 times, like if we're doing 5 meetings between now and September. But if we're then breaking out into study sessions, if we define them as briefings, 221s, we're now at 3 meetings per meeting. That's 15 meetings. So it's just having the time and resources to support that. That's my concern.
So what's the train of thought in reporting back in September if they're meeting? And obviously, if the meetings are being conducted, we have access to those minutes and know what the discussion was about, or hear it from you directly in our one-on-ones.
It's really just, again, the purpose. And this is one purpose. If we have a different purpose, let's do that. If the purpose is, things I've heard in the community online, we're not getting the real story. We need citizens to be looking at the details. There's not a huge amount of people that want to invest that much time in the details. I mean, you come to a budget meeting where we're spending our entire budget and very few people come. So you find those 5 people that are really into it and we deep dive. And so if they aren't, then the community is going to possibly want to hear from them and say, hey, I'm about to think about voting on this ballot measure. What did you guys find out? So that would be like end of September versus January, because the election's in November. So that's the concept. But if the purpose is just general overview of the budget and everything, there's no pressure. We don't need ad hoc. It's ongoing. So again, what's the purpose?
I'm hearing you, and I'm thinking in my head. I don't want to politicize this, and I don't want to put any of those commissioners on the line of saying, what do you think? How should we vote on this specific ballot measure? Again, that is not the intent of this.
Councilwoman, and I hear what you're saying, and just because we have such a short time from here to November, I think my thoughts are that we should go with the AHA committee, and once the UUT passes, then we can come back and create a commission for the UUT. We can do that, and we can always come back and create a more sustainable committee. But from here, I mean, from here to September is such a short time, and if they're going to be meeting like every month, they need to start meeting within next month, not next month, but in June, so they can get more information within the financial issues, and also staff time, because next couple of months we're going to be working on our budget ourselves. So it's
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, I kind of agree, Councilwoman Davila, and I'd like to make the motion that we go with the ad hoc committee, that framework that we talked about, because it's just more flexible, and then we can look at it later, just get it going. That's my recommendation to move forward with the.
I'll second your motion. Call for a vote, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember,
Mr. Mayor, so what I'd like to do is suggest if the direction here is to provide guidance to the city manager to create or to consider an ad hoc committee structure, right? Then what I would do is not have this be the subject of a motion here, but just give direction to allow the city manager to move in that manner consistent with state law and in a manner that makes sense, where we're creating maximum flexibility, but we're not setting up a structure where we're going to be in violation of state law.
Okay.
The open meeting law. So I would say there's been guidance provided, but there's no vote being taken. There's nothing that's being established by the city council this time. The goal here is to try to explore this, to provide flexibility in a manner that provides some kind of input here. I think I have that guidance right.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll go ahead and move on to comments from the audience for non-agenda items. So we have comments for non-agenda items. Go ahead and line up.
Sorry, I gotta go pick up my baby. It's running late. But before that, I want to talk about and recommend for the city to, or I want to talk about AB Assembly Bill 1627, which was introduced by Avila Farias. The bill would ban ICE agents to be hired from the time pretty much that Trump has been in office, September 1, 2025 through January 20, 2029, from working in teaching or policing. And so I ask you that as our city council, instruct that this bill become part of our city's legislative platform. This bill is important because it ensures that our residents will know that we can trust our school officials and peace officers, that our school officials and peace officers have not worked within an administration that has trained ICE officers to specifically target individuals based on how they look, violating some of our core constitutional rights. Folks that have willingly worked under an agency like that have no place in Southgate. Considering the economic and mental toll they have cost, considering the liability they will bring when they have been so poorly trained, our PD has worked so hard to build trust in our community, and I would hate for that trust to dissolve. I ask again that we include this bill as part of our legislative platform, since it would ensure that, as in page 3 of our report, we need to support employment practices based on merit to ensure that hiring, promotions, and workplace decisions are based on qualifications, experience, and performance without discrimination or bias. I think that ensuring that, again, that folks that work within our city hold the values and respect just the diversity that we have within our city. And yeah, I really hope that you consider that. And another thing I wanted to bring out quickly while I still have time is just to reiterate the importance of answering folks' questions. I know that sometimes some people might not be from here and might not be in touch with our city's practices, but I did want to bring up a comment that was made during the last council meeting regarding transparency and audits. I think it's important to, I know you all addressed it several times, but just for the sake of things not coming out on social media, especially, with a lot of pages that keep saying that y'all are withholding information, I think it's always helpful to really, put that comment to rest and really talk about how something like an audit works, because, I know that they're all pretty much independent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sergeant Peterson. I oversee our Southgate Police Department Mounted Unit. I came here today just to put out some information about our Mounted Unit because it's been a hot topic in previous council meetings. I'd like to start with our unit's composed of 2 officers and their equine partners. I'd like to provide a brief background. 2024, our police department faced significant manpower issues. During those challenging times, our current chief reached out to our officers to ask what could be done to retain employees. As more officers continue to show interest in transferring out to other agencies, Officer Padilla and Officer Romero, who are part of our mounted unit, came up with the idea to start the mounted unit. And in 2024 is when they first started. In 2026, it became reality. Having this unit is important because it offers capabilities that no other patrol method can provide. Mounted officers can see over crowds, monitor large areas more effectively than officers on foot or in vehicles. They are highly effective in crowd management. The presence of horse naturally creates space and helps guide people to safety without use of force. As many are aware, we are expecting the World Cup this year and the Olympics in 2028. I mention this because the events tend to attract large crowds and sometimes lead to civil unrest. Having our mounted unit not only advances the city's preparedness, but also opens the doors for mutual aids from surrounding agencies with mounted officers at no cost to the city. This helps prevent lawsuits by reducing the needs for our ground officers' use of force. It also decreases manpower requirements, as one mounted officer can perform the work of approximately 5 to 10 officers on foot when managing large crowds. We understand that there's been concerns regarding the funds used from our asset forfeiture to purchase this equipment for the unit. For those unfamiliar with asset forfeiture, it's a legal process that allows government agencies to seize and permanently retain property involved in criminal activity. To ensure transparency, I would like to provide some breakdown of a cost paid out of pocket by our fellow officers to establish this unit. Horses cost $12,000 each, a horse trailer, $22,000, vehicle towing, $15,000, feed and supplement for $550 per month, farrier services, $140 a month, and annual vet visit checks for $350 a month. Many wonder why anyone would invest in this without direct personal benefit. The answer is simple. These officers genuinely care about the community. Despite these expenses, the officers do not receive monthly or yearly stipends, nor do they receive specialty or hazardly pay like officers from other agencies with mounted units. Most agencies compensate their mounted officers with overtime for caring for their horses and training, but our officers do not. To highlight their efforts, over the past 4 months, our mounted unit officers deployed monthly to assist with homeless outreach. Sorry.
Thank you.
I'm going to be outside if anyone from the community wants to talk about our mounted unit as well.
Thank you.
That was very good. You bring him back to do a presentation. Okay, look, I like horses. Who doesn't like horses? The problem that I have with this whole horse business is you're using city funds, as was revealed in the last city council meeting for the warrants. You had, Jimmy Ozaeta stating, that city funds were used to pay for some of these expenses with the horses. So you guys have money to pay for these horses, but you're telling me you won't pay to bring back Zoom? To me, that's a scumbag move. I mean, we currently, let me bring this to your attention. 3 cities currently use Zoom. Bell Garden since 2020, Cudahy since 2020, Huntington Park since 2026, January 2026. They brought it back to be in compliance with Senate Bill 707. 3 cities currently use Zoom. 3 more on the way. I got confirmation from Angela Bustamante, the city clerk of Bell. So they're going to have it on their agenda for their city council in May 11th. That's their city council meeting. They're going to decide, what to do implementing Senate Bill 707, and they're going to go with staff's recommendation. I asked Ms. Bustamante, so what is your staff's recommendation in terms of being in compliance with Senate Bill 707? It's Zoom.
Mr. Mingus,
Yes.
you're I think you're drifting into that area of a topic that was already.
Well, I'm talking
on
about
the
how other
agenda.
cities are using.
Right, but that was already.
But
part of
I'm
the-
not talking about Southgate. I'm talking about these other cities.
Let me just finish, please, and I'll let you continue. This won't go against your time here. But the topic of whether we use Zoom or not was the subject of an existing agenda bill. This is your time to talk about stuff that's not on an agenda bill. You know that. I would just ask you to drift back into the zone where you were talking, because you were talking on items that were not on the agenda.
But can I hit on Zoom regarding to other cities and how other
No,
cities
that
are?
was already discussed.
All right, so the other scumbag move is, at the last city council meeting, what did we have the old monkey say? He wants to use $100,000 for the Christmas parade. Now, how do you prioritize the Christmas parade over the body-worn camera program that our city has? I mean, the chief gave the only number for all these budget cuts, $137,000 for the body-worn camera, and you're going to do away with that and prioritize a fucking parade. If the residents are so desperate for a parade, let them go to Linwood. Linwood has a Christmas parade. Let them go to Downey. Downey has a Christmas parade, and I bet you the one that Downey has is better than ours. What else did I want to hit on? What else did I want to hit on? What? Hold on a second. Hang on. Oh, regarding renaming parks, I got to throw this out there. If we're going to be renaming parks, why don't we rename Urban Orchard Park Urban Cement Park? 'Cause
Again,
it's mostly made out of cement.
Again, you're talking about items that are already on an agenda.
One last thing. Ms. Glaze, could you tell us how many people are currently on YouTube? Just I'd like to know. If you could report that, I'd appreciate it.
Wow, I'm telling you. Let's just take a moment to breathe, relax. I'd like to hand out these to each side. Okay. My name is Henry Gonzalez. I'm the current president of Southgate Rotary. What I've passed on is our program for this Saturday's Mariachi Youth Festival. Last year was our first year, and we had 3 groups that performed. This year, we had 6. We had 3 of our high schools, 1 of our middle school. And then when they had the threat of the school district strike, one of them decided they would not participate. The other one decided around 3 months ago that they would not participate. So unfortunately, we've got just 2 of our representative schools, Southeast and Legacy of VAPA, to be able to participate in our festival. We have one group that's out of the Paramount Unified School District, which is Hollydale. We have one elementary school out of Huntington Park. Then we have one from El Sereno Middle School and one from L.A. Wilson High School, who's taking over for Southgate High School that would not participate for whatever reason due to the potential strike. I've reached out to our council people for both support and scholarship money. I've reached out to the Paramount Council. I've reached out to the Huntington Park Council, and I reached out to the LA City District 14 Councilwoman for both El Sereno and Wilson. So here we are, the 11th hour, and I'm still waiting. What I find disappointing is that these are young people in their community. These are young people that are going to perform from elementary to high school. And as a reward, we are having 2-time Grammy winner Mariachi Divas, the Cindy Shea, performing at the end. Our schedule is set that I purchased with a hourglass. I purchased a half hour because our mayor has graciously to do our MC. And so with the timeline that we have, we've got to stay on point Otherwise, we may be there till 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. I've learned with politicians, having a father as a politician, that it's very important that you monitor their time, or they just keep it going on and going on and going on. So that's just kind of my little pun to politicians. But again, I personally invite the city attorney, the city manager, the city treasurer, our city clerk, who hopefully will be there, and all of the directors to come enjoy an afternoon with our young people, have something to eat, and just be able to enjoy the afternoon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Jimmy Ozeda, Southgate resident. I'm here to address two serious matters. Let me be clear, I'm not here to speak on the validity or do I condone every comment made on social media. I don't even have social media. All I have is LinkedIn. But at the last city council meeting, at the time of 4 hours and 4 minutes and 35 seconds, the city manager labeled residents on social media, and I quote, enemies of the city. This is unacceptable. Labeling residents as enemies is not only divisive, but dangerous. God forbid any of these residents get attacked because of what you've labeled them. Rob, let me remind you, these residents contribute to your city manager's salary of $300,000 a year. You owe them an apology, and I'm here asking you to deliver one tonight. Or I ask the city council to direct you to do so immediately before residents of Southgate organize and call for a vote of no confidence. On another note, let's discuss the $114,000 and $114,000 UUT survey contract. The city manager himself acknowledged at the prior council meeting that the first survey was not conducted correctly. Yet at the last council meeting, he praised Team Civex for being the gold standard. Things are just not adding up. We were providing 2 slides, limited results, 359 responses, 41% support, 42% do not support, 17% undecided. Is that what $114,000 gets us? I can assure you that that's not the standard, industry standard for survey or reporting. Is that the gold standard you want us to accept? It's important to point out that the contract from T-Civex X included language that would require them to attend council meetings if requested by city staff. Why was that not requested, given the repeated requests from residents, not to mention the public records request I submitted January 5th, 2026? This is not a reporting gap. This is a mismanagement of city funds, and our residents deserve a detailed data analysis of both surveys. Thank you.
Too bad everybody's gone already. Good evening. My name is David Enriquez of Teamsters Local 396. On April 16th, 2026, Amazon cut approximately 75 workers, leaving them unemployed. I'm here to ask the residents and business owners of Southgate to call and email Amazon demanding Amazon gets these folks back to work immediately. I'm sure Amazon promised the city of Southgate jobs before moving into your city. However, they failed to mention that they would not protect these jobs nor the people who do these jobs. Again, I encourage the residents and business owners and everyone in this room to please tell your neighbors that aren't here tonight to reach out to Amazon to get these workers back to work. Thank you for your time.
Hello, I'm Aiden, a Southgate resident. I happen to be one of those members who lost their jobs. We are also saying and asking for your support to help us. It was so sudden and it devastated a lot of us. A lot of us had families. A lot of us have a lot of bills to pay. And to just be cut all of a sudden really was hurtful. So thankfully for these Teamsters, they're helping us, be out there and get our voices heard. But we need bigger impacts, and that's why we're here. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Edgar Pelayo, Southgate resident. Just want to touch on a few things. I've had some conversations with residents from the area, neighbors, and some of the things that come up are inconsistencies. For example, in service delivery, right? They go through the app, report some issues or things that need to be addressed. Nothing gets done, but then they call a council member or someone and it gets done, basically. And so in having these conversations, what has come up is dysfunction, right? Like, and the dysfunction within the city and some of the service delivery and operations in the city. Some examples of that dysfunction can be, for example, the UUT, how that was rolled out, how it's been conducted, what information has been put out there. The level of just involvement that the city has put out there to engage with residents and get that particular input from them. As mentioned before, the survey, for example, is one of the things that, or I should say the botched survey, because it took 2 attempts and all we got were 3 slides or so. So I think that $114,000 on that is really not something that was used wisely. Another example of that are, for example, CDBG funds that have been awarded to the city. And for years, a few years, the city has not used them, and they've been on probation and, possibly having to give them back because they weren't used. And so that, again, that, shows some sort of level of dysfunction where it seems like the left hand and the right hand aren't communicating. One doesn't know what the other is doing. So I'd also like to touch on another example of dysfunction related to the mounted unit, the horses. When it was brought up last week that there were $14,000 that were spent on that, the mayor had no idea that had happened, even though he'd already told us that, we should believe him, and that because he says it and because it's on certain slides or whatever, that, we should definitely take that into consideration. But, the city's not buying what you're selling. The residents aren't buying what you're selling, basically, because it's apparent, right? Mayor Barron looks over at city manager didn't know what was going on, looks over at the police chief didn't know what was going on. And now I'm waiting to hear what's going to happen. I know we had some information today, but that didn't speak to why those funds were used. So I suspect that maybe the previous police chief is going to take the hit for this one, because I don't know if any of you guys are going to take responsibility for it. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ricardo. I've been a resident of Southgate for 10 years, and in my 10 years, I've been able to experience the vibrant community, for which would be through local shops like OG Greenspans or Yuri's Records, or the beautiful nature of Southgate Park. As much as I would like to spend another 10 years in the city, there has been an unfortunate set of circumstances that has left me with a sense of uncertainty. Earlier this month, without warning, Amazon illegally cut approximately 75 drivers' contracts and has left us without work. We enjoy providing our services to the city of Southgate and the neighboring cities, but we need your help. I implore our community and our elected officials to support us and pressure Amazon to reinstate our jobs. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Robin Logan, President Hunt. I have 2 things. First, can we please bring the people who actually did the survey here to have them speak to everybody in the room and on YouTube exactly what they did and why they didn't do it, just to put it to bed. I'm sure that we are capable of reading what they provided us, but apparently not everyone has that opportunity. The second thing, I do want to commend the Amazon group that's here that unfortunately, but I do think that they do have an opportunity for the city to actually talk to Amazon. And the reason I bring that up is Rayo. So I do not know if anybody has happened to drive by there and want to go to the 710 or to Target. Yeah, it's really nothing but bottleneck of Amazon trucks. There are all the way, you can't even turn from Firestone onto Rayo. There is nothing but Amazon trucks. So that could be an opportunity where you get a chance to communicate as to why they laid 75 people off when you have all those trucks. And that also could be a problem in regards to traffic. And I'm not asking for a study, but I think that that might be something that if there's, is there only one entrance, one exit? Is that the reason why there's a bottleneck? But that is enough to drive a citizen that lives in this city to go crazy, because now you have to go all the way to Imperial. And if you live over in Firestone, or if you live over in Tweedy and Southern, forget it. It's just something that if you're not really paying attention, that could be very detrimental to somebody who needs to get somewhere emergently. Thank you.
Hello, Francisco Rodriguez, a longtime resident here in Southgate. I think hearing and seeing the protests that went on over on Rayo was really important to see. And really, it should be said that when we take on these kind of contracts, when we start approving these kind of things, we start thinking about things. They talk about bringing so many jobs to us, but in reality, like they do that to our citizens. Like that's detrimental. So I always say try to stay off Amazon. It's hard, I understand, but please, whenever something like this comes on, I just don't want to see a big old hole on Rayo of like abandoned buildings because they looked good to bring them in, but then ultimately like were detrimental to our community. And I think this shows what that means. Big money doesn't always help.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jenny Beckenstein, also here with the Teamsters. I actually worked at the Southgate building on Rio, the Amazon building, for 2 years during COVID. I don't know if you all know, but you have residents, very young people, who that might be their first job. They walk to work at 3 a.m. because that's when their shift starts, or 11 p.m., or walk home at 3 a.m. Because that's the job that's available to them, right, in the community. And I don't know if you all did the environmental report or looked into it, but every Amazon facility adds at least 1,000 vans on the road every single day, which, as was mentioned, really affects residents. So to me, it seems like Amazon is taking a lot from Southgate, and they should be pressured to actually take care of the people that work there. That is mostly residents. And the drivers there are the ones that deliver to Southgate residents, which is something people really care about, getting their packages. So those people should be treated correctly. They should be treated right. The driver should be reinstated. We hear that you all are union friendly. So this would be a good way to show your support for the workers of your city. Thank you.
Thank you. Any emails?
We have no emails, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I'll go ahead and close the public comments and bring it back for staff reports.
Mayor, I don't have anything to report tonight.
Thank you. Parks and Recs?
Couple things. We had last Friday, we had our teen center who did a phenomenal job of putting on a laser tag event for our teens at the teen center. I don't know if you get a chance to check out our social media page. You can see just what a great job they did for the teens that showed up there, and it looked pretty legit. As a laser tag facility, they transitioned the girls' clubhouse into a laser tag area, and it was really neat. So just seeing the teens participate, it's just nice to see things coming to fruition, and the staff there is doing a great job. Tomorrow we have the Back to the 80s boot camp at the Sports Center, so encouraging people to come out and join us for that. And then we have on Saturday we have the Aqua Fitness Expo and the open house at the swim stadium. And then on Saturday, May 9th, it's only a couple weeks away, we have our 5K run. We're up to 1,127 runners, so we can still take a few more. So make sure you sign up before that thing closes. Thank you.
Gabriel.
Okay. Just a quick update from community development. Up here is a flyer for a community input session on Thursday, and that's April 30th at 5 p.m. And that's a community workshop that's going to be right here across the street on Seaborg, 8680 California Avenue. This is to get input regarding repurposing the courthouse that's in the Civic Center as a community resilience center. There is funds funding available for construction as well as programming for Community Resilience Center. Those centers are centers that would be used in case of extreme heat, disasters, emergencies such as flood, earthquake, or fire. And, you know, I don't think we have a facility that would accommodate that for the public. This would be the opportunity to be able to fund that. Also, with the Community Resilience Center would be as a place for programming throughout the year when there's not a disaster. What that programming would look like, we don't know yet. So it could be event space, it could be a food hub, it could be co-working, it could be a place where tutoring occurs. But this is the time for the public to be able to make their voice heard. Right now, we're going through a design process. And so we'd like to get a lot of feedback on what should go inside in terms of the design, but also the outside. There's a big lawn in the front of the courthouse. So do we want to make that part of the Community Resilience Center? There is a survey that's available. So there is a QR code on that flyer. And that survey is going to be available for completion by May 18th. And so I just welcome the community to participate. I think it's a good opportunity, and we appreciate the opportunity to get their feedback.
Thank you. Luis? Thank you, Mayor. So just two things. One, just to clarify, the funding source that Gabriel's talking about is specific to grant funding, not city funding. And two, to address a public comment that was made today and last meeting, our audits are done by a third party. The city doesn't audit itself. We, for some audits that come from the state or other agencies, they hire third-party CPA firms like KPMG to also conduct the audits of the city. And so those are independent. The last update I have is related to some of the issues that we were having with the water utility payment portal system. The city has entered into a contract with a company to replace our current payment portal system, which is expected to take about 3 to 4 months to deploy. That will bring an enhanced ability for residents to download their statements easily, set up automatic payments, and do a lot of things from home that they currently have to go to City Hall for. And so we're excited about that, and there'll be more information to come as we get closer to a go live. Thank you.
Thank you. John?
Good evening, council. I have nothing to report.
Captain?
Nothing to report.
All right. City Manager?
Thank you, council. I think just one comment that had come up in just some discussions here, if the council has any direct thoughts on the Amazon issue specifically, we are working with them actually on their traffic impacts, as there's still lingering outstanding issues from their original approval process. So that is in current discussion to look at their impacts. But as far as their decisions to do hiring or not, that's not typically in our purview. But if council wanted a letter of support to support a group or not, we can certainly generate one at your direction. And I think there was a comment referring to any offense I may have made last meeting, which wasn't intended to be directed at all people using social media. I just have been disappointed by a few people that have social media sites where they're attacking, any members of our council or of our community with inaccurate information. I think that's hurting our community with the misinformation and hurting our ability to look at opportunities for revenue to help keep services alive. And the intent was simply to make a statement to that effect, but not treat anyone. And I don't treat even people that I disagree with as an enemy. So I will rephrase that people maybe not following a positive direction for the city in the future. So that would be a correction I would make.
Real quick question though, in regards to sending a letter, since it's not on the agenda, are we still allowed to give direction on that?
My sense is that we could have the mayor work with the city manager. There is history. We've done this before, Councilman Hurtado, with the back in the day when St. Francis Hospital had employees that came up here, and the city council sided with the employees and wrote a letter. It's not on the agenda. I sense timing is of the essence here.
Yeah.
So one way of just dealing with this is to have the mayor and the city manager talk directly and let it go at that.
Well, and
We
I,
can
as an,
add
excuse me, real quick, and I, as an individual, would like to have, I'll work with you on a draft letter for myself as well.
Certainly, yeah. Individual council members could do it on behalf of the city. We also have the pre-approved legislative platform that the entire council has approved, and we do have language that supports, labor and businesses in our community for our community members. So we can leverage that pre-approved by the majority council document to do a letter of support, which we've done for many pieces of legislation.
And
As
ju-
a city from the mayor, and then individually, if any council members
I'll work with
just
you on
let
that.
us know, and we'll help you out.
Yes. So I was going to ask about that, if we want to send one letter, have all of us sign it, or have us do one individually.
Can we
Because
just, here's,
I would prefer to do it individually, or if it's collective, I think that sends a big notice to Amazon
Big pile.
that this council is united and will not accept what they're doing to their employees that happen to be Southgate residents. Again, they want to be a good neighbor, then let's have them show it.
well, let me do this. Let me suggest that the council do this, is that this item came up this evening. It was not posted on the agenda. We were not aware that it was going to be raised at the time that the city council was moving forward. This is an issue that if the city council decides cannot wait until the next city council meeting, we could bring this
We're
up.
out of a job,
We,
you know, and
let me
I-
just-
it's just,
counsel.
it's just, yeah, it's just annoying to see something like that being brought up tonight. It's just horrible.
Council member? So before we express any other comments, why don't we do this? Why don't we entertain a motion using the Brown Act's rules that allows to bring up an item that is not on the agenda tonight. The city council would have to find that there's an urgency here. You just expressed that. People are out of a job. And that the vote would need at least 4/5 of you to vote in support to bring this item up as an urgency item based on those findings.
I'll make that motion.
I will second that.
Okay, and the urgency here is the item was brought up for the first time here by individuals who advise the council of the layoffs of 75 people, the impact that's having to the residents. I think that is a fair recitation of what was described to the council. And then we should have the opportunity for the public to speak on that, if they have anything further to speak on it, before you take action on this. And this is just it's not going to the mayor, it's just going to the procedure.
Right.
Should we bring this up now or not? I think,
That's the motion.
I understand, that's a motion. You can open up to the public, but then you can talk about what you want to do, okay?
Okay, so the motion is to bring this
Item up as an urgency matter.
Right, so the motion is to bring this item up as an urgency matter. And I would like to open it up to any member of the
But we have
audience.
to still vote.
Well, we bring it up first and then.
All you're just voting on is whether to bring it up or not. You're not talking, you're not giving direction about what to write or,
But do we still bring it up to the audience prior
Yes.
to the vote?
yes.
No,
Right.
right now, we're voting to put it on.
Then-
And then once we approve it
No.
on,
You have a motion you have a motion, a second, to bring this up as an urgency item. Open it up to the public in case anybody wants to talk about just the limited focus to be raised as an urgency item or not.
I'm sorry, who seconded?
I did.
Oh,
Mayor
if-
Barone.
Which one?
Everybody.
Okay,
If there's no public comment, then you can close it.
thank you.
All right, there's no public comment?
So I want to congratulate the council members for finally showing some guts and some courage here and some real leadership. I mean, I mean, seriously. I mean, you guys take forever to figure things out here. So finally, this is the type of engagement we want to see, where the residents point you in the direction you need to take the city in, and you guys go there. You just fucking execute. That's what we want to see. So I salute you for doing this. I wish you'd done the same thing with the call-in feature and brought back Zoom. But you guys being the gutless, complacent worms that you are, you can't do that.
I just want to say thank you.
Can we get just your name for the record, please?
David Enriquez, Teamsters Local 396. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other, I'll go ahead and close the public comment. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Absolutely, yes.
Councilmember Davila,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rios,
Yes.
Mayor Barron.
Yes. All right, so now we will go ahead and open up the item as a discussion.
Right, and I think it would be helpful if you made a motion, Mr. Mayor, or a member of the council, and then have somebody second it so that we knew what we're talking about. And then you could open it up to the public if you wanted to, and then take a vote and give direction to the city manager.
So make a motion to direct staff to write the letter in support. I'll make the motion.
Okay, and is that one letter by all five of you?
Yeah.
Signed?
I would say so. That would have more weight.
And Mr. Mayor, if you can include me in that letter as well, to the Amazon team here and to Teamsters, they have my full support, so I would like to be included in that letter.
All right, so we need a second.
I'll second
Make
that.
the motion.
I seconded it.
And
I'm
I
sorry.
think Councilmember Davila,
I'm
did you
sorry.
second it?
Yes.
Yes.
you're going to get 5 seconds and 5 motions.
Okay, so
have
you have
to-
a motion, a second. Mr. Mayor, you can open it up to the public if there's anybody who wants to speak on this motion.
Yes,
I do
well-
want to speak on it.
Go ahead.
I just want to say that, Amazon, since they came into the community, that was the big issue in terms of convincing us that why they wanted to be here is jobs. And for them to, make, and hire local, and some of the folks are locally from Southgate, and then for them to treat it like this for free speech, for free, freedom to protest. I mean, this is just outrageous. And so I think they went across the line. So I think, let's move forward.
And just, so again, I mentioned earlier that my dad was a union member, and I should tell you, it's about, I don't care if you don't want to listen, you can go ahead and leave. Bottom line is this, it's about being union 100% of the time, not 90% of the time. I was there when Kaiser was striking. I was there when UTLA was striking. I was there walking with the United Health Workers Union. I wrote letters on behalf of them, and I'm not going to sit around and allow this to happen to you guys. So thank you for being here. Thank you for making us aware of it, and we're going to do what we can to help you out. Thank you.
Mayor, I think you have somebody that wants to speak on.
I'm sorry, yes, go ahead, Robin.
Thank you, sir. I do want to add that I don't know if you heard, but they have not gotten their final checks. That is something that is not, to me, as a mom, I don't want that for anybody. So I think that needs to be in the letter also, that not only were they let go, they were not given their final checks. So that needs to be stressed in there. Thank you.
Mr. Enrique, I believe it's David, correct? David Enriquez, thank you so much. If you can give us specifically, just like Robin indicated, again, this council is not aware, if you can give us specifically what the issues are so that we can address it in the letter. Because it could be very general and it's insignificant. But if we're specific, then it has teeth.
You got it. Forgive me, I'm a little emotional. I appreciate the
Thank
support.
you.
With that being said, our members, we have Local 396, we have organized 84 members, 84 drivers in the city of Palmdale, approximately 75 drivers here in the city of Southgate at the DAX 7 facility, and nationwide over 12,000 members. Amazon has cut the contract with the Palmdale folks, right, based on their contract was expiring with the DSP. So they didn't renew it and they put 84 people out on the street. Here in the Southgate facility, DAX 7, the DSP that these folks deliver for, Amazon came in, looked for some reason to find a breach of contract in their terms of agreement, and cut the 75 folks that had just recently organized. They hit a majority, demanded union recognition, and were cut in retaliation. That's what happened. In doing so, yes, as the lady in support mentioned, they have not received their final paychecks, and we've been out on a ULP strike. And the traffic that she's speaking on, I want to make that clear. That's just the normal traffic that Amazon puts into the city, taking no consideration safety, right? Kids crossing the street. We see the high school that's right around the corner. They don't take any of that into consideration. The excessive traffic we're dealing with right now, right? I know Rob Houston paid a visit to the line the other day, right? That's because we need to get the attention from Amazon and get them to the negotiation table. Yeah, that's $1 trillion company that can afford to fly to space, right? They can afford to take care of their workers. They can afford to pay them living wages, healthcare, and union pensions. Amazon has created a race to the bottom. They're taking away work from the Postal Service, DHL, FedEx, right? And where I'm homegrown out of, UPS. And as the other brother back here mentioned, you see all the other businesses that are shutting down in your city. That's due to Amazon. They shut down in the city, your neighborhood city, Linwood. I used to deliver to the surrounding buildings next to the school district. Amazon bought that property, wiped it out, just so they could have a parking lot for their vans. That's what this company is doing. And it's happening right here in your backyard. And I appreciate, you have no idea how much it means to see the support coming from the city council. Any further questions?
Thank you. I appreciate it. Roll call?
Roll call.
I just want to clear up, Councilmember Avalos, I have a first, and Councilmember Davila is a
Davila,
second.
second.
Roll call, Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Yes.
Councilmember Davila,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rios,
Yes.
Mayor Baron.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for being here.
Yeah,
Thank
staying
you.
late.
All right, we're going to go to consent calendar items.
Mayor, agenda items 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 are consent calendar items.
Oh, I'm sorry. Before I get there, I know I don't want to take anybody's time from council.
I don't have
I
anything
was
to
going
add.
to say,
Yeah.
hey, what
I
happened?
don't.
I
anymore.
skipped council's reports.
Oh.
I
Are you
did
going to go to the treasurer?
I didn't do it
and our
on.
city
I didn't do
clerk?
that on purpose, by the way.
And our city attorney hasn't spoken either.
I was waiting for him to bring it up.
I'm sorry. City attorney.
You guys can still hang around, but we've already voted
Okay.
to support.
City treasurer. I'm sorry.
We could continue with the meeting.
All right. Thank you. City clerk.
I have nothing, Mr.
All right. Councilwoman Avalos, anything to report back?
He meant to say Davila because I was looking over there.
Davida, anything to report?
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Gil Hurtado, anything to report?
You know, I think we've done enough. I mean,
All right.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Avalos.
Thank you. You know, I appreciate the community that's on YouTube and those that are still here and, you know, the union Teamsters. But I know that, you know, one of our residents did bring it up. And, you know, I know that when we're up here, you know, sometimes our emotions get the better half of us. And we say things that sometimes are not the most appropriate. You know, I did get called on the comment that our city manager indicated calling individuals that post things on social media as enemies. Yeah, I respectfully disagree, with this characterization, and the language that we use does matter when we're up here. And that does cause division. And so I would hope that maybe moving forward, we're more mindful of the words that we actually use in describing our community, because it's the same community that we're going to be going to in November and asking them to be supportive of the finances that the city is going through. We had the officer here talk about asset forfeiture. So I would like to request, what type of expenditures does the asset forfeiture allow for us to use and spend? What oversight mechanisms do we have in place that obviously asset forfeiture was utilized to purchase what they needed for the horses? And clarification, what exactly was purchased? How often have these purchases occurred in the past? What's the total cost associated with the items that were purchased? Again, I don't know. I wasn't the auditor. I didn't have an opportunity to review those. So if those could be made accessible to me, I'd appreciate it. In the last council meeting, I did ask about the banner program. I haven't gotten any information, so hopefully moving forward, I could get a copy of that negotiated contract as to the terms of the agreement, the responsibilities that each party has, as well as how does that program benefit the city and how does it benefit the businesses that have purchased those banners. And lastly, I just want to clarify, again, a couple of meetings ago, there was an individual who came to the doors and the doors were locked. I would hope that the doors are no longer locked while we are conducting this meeting, because it is late. It is almost going to be 11. And sadly, we had a union leadership member just say, simply pull the door, but the door was locked. It had to be our chief of police who had to go out there and actually open the door. Now, I did take the time at the time and verified, and the chief did indicate that the door was locked. So I just need to make sure that the record is reflected. We talk about civility, we talk about respect and dignity. I would hope that we can do that, regardless of who's in the audience, of just being mindful that our words do matter, that they do hurt. But we always need to be able to speak with truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
I'll defer my comments to next meeting.
Thank you. I just want to make a quick update on the project on the sewer project on Atlantic. I sit on the LA County Sanitation District Board, and they did provide an update that the project is still ongoing. I know we had a lot of residents recently reach out to me asking about any updates because they're not seeing any work happen during the day. The project is being operated on a daily basis. They are doing it at night. They start working on it from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. So they do it at night to try to limit the impact in the area. They did have a little bit of difficulty because it is a 100-year-old pipe, clay pipe. So the debris that they had to clean out is taking a little longer than was originally expected. It is over 5,000 feet of pipe that they have to reline, and 24 manholes that they have to repair. So they're still on track to be completed by November. So they just want to make sure that everybody's aware. I did ask for them to provide monthly updates on where they are, and I will be able to provide that back to council as they are. They will be as soon as an area in the on Atlantic is cleared up, they will open up more lanes there to make it more accessible for traffic on that area, and then start working their way north towards the Firestone area, which I think will be a little bit of a bigger issue once they get to Firestone and Atlantic, where the next part of their phase where they're going to be operating at. So that's the update there. And then just a statement. I'm very proud of what we just did with Amazon. I think that's a great statement that we made here as a council. I just want to, make one statement that I think that, we have about 37 positions in our city that are union positions that we're about to let go at the same time. We're not writing a letter for them in support. We're not making decisions with them in mind as well. So we had opportunities to make sure that their positions were safe and to make sure that their jobs were going to be here come July, and we don't. So I want to be mindful of that we're celebrating our successes today for Amazon, but we should have been celebrating our successes that we could have been able to do for our staff as well. So I just wanted to say that. So thank you. All right, consent calendar items.
Agenda items 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 are consent calendar items, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any comments for any items on the consent?
Okay, so I'm going to hit on 7 and hopefully 12. So 7 is the Trinity Mile Advisory Board, the bid funds. So council members, I want this fucking money. I'm on the hunt for this money. And what I want to do with it is put a mural on the Leland R. Weaver Library. So I've reached out to Diana Morales, who's the executive director of the Stella Arts Foundation. And I asked her, would she be willing to take on this project? And she said yes. And I reached out to Patricia Rivera of LA County Libraries. She's the regional administrator, Leland R. Weaver Library, the Hollandale Library, the one that Linwood has next to their city hall. These all fall under her domain. I've spoken to her. She's told me that the LA County Libraries is open to this project. And she and Diana Morales, they've actually had their own separate meeting together. And Ms. Morales and Ms. Rivera have both stated to me that they're both interested in pursuing this project. To do a mural, you got to have at least 40 to 50,000. The bid funds has 38,000 with another 10,000 going for the Christmas decorations for storage and removal. And there's another official I got a hold of, Deputy Doritza Gonzalez Perez. She's Janice Han's Deputy of Public Works, Libraries, Parks and Recreation. And I asked her, are we going to get any problems with LA County? Are you guys going to be opposed to us putting a mural on there? She said, no, we're open to this too. The problem I'm having is Leticia Queto. This lady there needs to be engagement between Southgate City Hall and these other 3 officials, because otherwise there's not going to be any traction. And I've asked Ms. Rivera and Ms. Morales, have you had a chance to speak with Leticia Queto? No. Nothing from Southgate City Hall. Ms. Morales has left a voicemail, tried emailing Ms. Queto, no response from her. So you guys got to get in here and start beginning dialogue with these folks. And I wanted to bring Ms. Morales here tonight, but Ms. Glaze told me that the 2 big meetings that are important are the May 5th meeting with the Trinity Mile Advisory Board, or is it the 4th? And because I want to present her before the commissioners and say, look, here's the agency that would be taking on the project. Here's the executive director, Diana Morales. I want to present her in front of the commissioners. And then I wanted to bring her here in front of you guys when it comes to you guys on the 26th. So just know that that's the aim. I want to take those bids. And this is the best possible use of these funds, the best possible use of these funds, to put a mural on the Leland R. Weaver Library. They've had their renovation. I've never liked that building. Now it actually looks somewhat decent with the paint job and the work they've done. This would be the capper to put a mural on there. And I hope you're open to us having art for our kids, for our residents. And this is an art project. I want it to be for kids, by kids, where the library partners up with the school that's next to it, and you let the kids design what the art is going to be, so that when they're adults and they come back and they can say, see that right there? I had a hand in designing that.
Hi. I just have one quick question. I brought up a concern about number 12. Was there a piece of paper that was supposed to be added regarding, I'm asking because a particular quote is expired? So the SSJ is there, it's great, but the quote is expired. It was only good for 30 days, but, so it would be to a point where, that could be a chance where it's missed. So I just wanted to find out if that was I am all for you guys getting updated stuff. It's just I want to make sure that it's correct. Because then you can easily ask the particular group if they would be willing to extend the price or that quote, the validation, because it was only good for 30 days. The other aspect, which the gentleman mentioned about the artwork, I see that you actually had people that were in the arts department that we were trying to figure out what we can do, and maybe that could be something that they can help us with. So that's the thought. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comments, we'll go ahead and close that. Any emails, Madam Clerk?
No emails, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, bring it back to council.
I have a couple of questions on a couple of the items. So for item number 7, I would guess it would be city manager. So have we considered giving any diversifying expenditures to include possibly marketing or event or any support to the businesses that are on Tweety and expending these funds for that?
Yeah, the advisory committee's purpose actually is to provide recommendation and ideas of what to do with those funds. So, that would be great if, I think not all our council members have committee members, but if you do, funneling your thoughts through them or even trying to bring that idea forward to the committee would be great. And then, even concepts from the public, if they have ideas of how to spend the funds, the process would be to go to the committee, and then the committee would provide recommendations of how to use the funds versus like a resident just deciding what they want to do with the funds. That it doesn't work that way. And our staff member that he referenced, Letitia, who works with them, she's supporting their meetings and their structure, but she's not making the decision or taking outside ideas and trying to insert them into the advisory body. The advisory body is supposed to do that.
So they're the ones. Okay.
So if
and I
you
know
have
I don't have
ideas-
one. I will be appointing one.
And
shortly.
and just so we're clear, there's certain there's a guidance that there's 3
Yes.
purposes that has to fall under that the use of the money, and
Yes.
that's based on our city ordinance.
Yes.
And we're out of time. We're out of time.
We're out of time.
We're out of time.
Yes, and they do have, the bid is a legal entity that has limited uses for the funds, but supporting the businesses, depending on the interpretation, would
Right.
likely be their purview, but we'd need that group to kind of spawn that back up.
Okay. And for item number 8, I know that's we really can't do much on this without going to the voters. Am I correct?
Yeah, actually,
Arturo?
I have a meeting tomorrow with Arturo on that very item to just determine what options we would have. But I believe our expert advice is that that would be a vote of the people to adjust our landscape lighting district levy. Is that correct, Arturo?
Yeah, if we wanted to adjust it, we'd have to go through the Prop 218 process, which we're not recommended at this time, but we can talk more about that.
The other one is item number 9, Arturo. So I know you sent us an email letting us know what the lid is. But my question is, what are the potential environmental risks of increasing the exemption threshold from 800 to 5,000 square feet?
Yeah, there would be absolutely none. We're increasing the threshold to the state standard. The state requires 5,000 square feet as a threshold. For whatever reason, many years ago, Southgate chose 800, but there is no negative environmental impact of going that route.
Okay. The last one, I believe, is item number 10. I know Parkwood did a lot of work, and the maintenance that was done was back in 24-25. Did the delay in payment affect the service delivery or the vendor performance during the contract period? And again, why are we paying this bill a year later after services have been
Yeah, I
rendered?
just want to clarify what is taking place. Public Works manages numerous contracts for service, and we expect top quality, best service before we make payment. When a contractor doesn't meet our expectations in providing service, we withhold payment. So what's before you is not a matter of a delayed payment. It's a matter of service wasn't performed that met our expectations. Because of that, we withheld payment. We held our feet to the fire. It took them quite some time to finally decide to come in and take corrective actions. And because they finally taken corrective actions, they've now met our expectations, so we're releasing payment. But this has nothing to do with the late payment. It has to do with poor
Poor
performance from a
performance.
contractor.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
That's it.
Yes.
item number 8 talks about the analysis report, Arturo or Mr. City Manager or the Finance Director. It's talking about a deficit of 1.2 million. That seems low because it's been much higher every single year. So I don't know, we got an updated number because that definitely looks extremely low.
Yeah, I can clarify that. The Public Works manages numerous funds that qualify to pay for services that would otherwise be paid for by the Street Landscape and Maintenance District. At this point in time, because those funds, there's not enough revenue, what we're looking is the best option for covering those costs. So if we do nothing, then general fund steps in to cover for that. But what we're doing instead is we're using other funds like Measure R or gas tax to pay for some of the costs that would otherwise be paid for out of here. So the deficit, the dollar amount that you're seeing here is less only because we've used other funding sources. Had we not done that, then the entire burden would have been on the general fund.
So and the reason I bring it up is this, right? Because those funds that you're using could be used for other things. And my concern is that this low number is giving false impression that it's a little bit under control. That fund has not changed in over 30 years. And every year we're having to fund it, backfill it with either general fund money or other funds that could be used for other things. And again, I want to be able to tell the people out there, this is one of the reasons why we're considering the UUT. We're using other funds that can be used for other programs, but instead we're trying to backfill the shortages. And if we're going to do this, I'm fine writing down that it's a deficit of 1.2 million. I get that. But maybe the additional comments about it could have been this number, but we used these other funds. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because again, there's a lot of misinformation out there. And again, you were misquoted. And I don't know if it was a mistake from the individual or if it was deliberate, right? But we put numbers out there and people jump on them, right? No, we don't need a UUT. It's mismanagement. No, it's not. This is a fund that needs to be updated at some point, but it's going to take, courage of the council to put it on the ballot at some point. It's going to be one step at a time. Got to deal with the UUT. But people need to know that we are having to dig into other funds to pay for the shortage, the things that we're not paying, we're just not paying our fair share. And we just can't continue to do business that way, keep on ignoring it and pushing it down the road again and again and again. I brought this up in 2020, 21, 22, every year, and all of us agree on it. We're going to need to address that issue. And again, and to put 1.2 million when I know it's much higher than that. It's probably about 1.5, 1.6 million. And people need to know that. This is your money being taken away from an account that serves other purposes to backfill this. It's not, I don't want to give that false impression to people. That's the only comment I make. Thank you.
So question, Arturo and City Manager, are we going to be putting this on the ballot in November or we're looking at another year? So that's my question.
The direction so far is we have the UT on the ballot. There would have to be another action by council to direct
Not
putting
at this time.
that item on there, but having two items on revenue typically isn't recommended by experts of people feeling overly burdened at a single election. So, yeah.
One thing at a time. There's no need to it.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead,
I'd like
Vice
to
Mayor.
move that we approve the consent calendar 7 to 14. Approve consent calendar 7 to 14.
We have a motion and a second from
Councilmember Davila is the second.
Councilmember Davila as a second, but I think she needs to make like an adjustment to number 14, right? Because she
Is
wasn't.
that the one? Yeah, it's 14.
Actually, there are two items that I need to recuse myself on.
This one's an abstention only.
It's the one on 7.
Yeah, because at 7, she's Tweety.
Yeah, Tweety.
And then 14, I think she was not present at
I
one of the
wasn't
meetings.
present at that meeting.
The one of the
I
10.
have a first and a second. Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Yes, but I will be recusing myself from, yikes.
14.
Hang on, no, hang on. Is it 14? No, I'm going to abstain from item 14 for only the meeting of the 10th because I was not here for that. But there's one I have to recuse myself from. That's item number 11. Was that 11? Yeah, hang on. Want to make sure. 11. Yeah, because it's talking about Circle Park, so that's too close to my property. So 11, I'm recusing myself from.
thank you. Councilmember Davila,
Yes, but I need to abstain on 14,
A.
which is A. I wasn't here at that meeting. And I'm abstaining,
Recusing.
recusing myself on 7. Because
Can we get a second on number 7 since she's recusing herself on 7?
I will second.
Thank you.
And the reason why is because I live within 500 feet of Tweety Boulevard.
thank you. Vice Mayor Rios,
Yes.
Mayor Barron,
Yes.
thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, item number 15.
The City Council will consider approving warrant register for April 28th, 2026. The grand total is $4,435,377.86. Cancellations are none. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'll pass it over to our city auditor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to open it up to the audience for comments.
All right, earlier I asked Ms. Glaze to report if there are anybody on YouTube. I'm just curious, Ms. Glaze, is there anybody? Could you tell us if there's anyone on YouTube right now? I'd like to know. That's all.
Anyone else? I'm going to close the public comments for the warrants, bring it back to council. What is council's wishes or?
City Auditor,
There's a
could I,
motion and a second to approve. Go.
Councilmember Rios, could I just provide one update? There was discussion of the mounted unit costs that were discovered from, I think, 2024, early 2025 that were, we did some more research on that and discovered that was an inadvertent expense, that there was direction to the staff that although there's great benefits to a mounted unit, many cities have it, but the timing of having it supported as a new venture at the city, we just couldn't do it due to our budget shortfall. So the direction was to not have any costs associated with city funds, but unfortunately that the items highlighted were put through. And so the police department union group has provided a refund back to the city of those costs through their own funds so that there isn't, that gets remedied. And so we can say going forward, there won't be expenses from the horse group, and the past ones have been refunded, just to clarify that.
Well, yeah, I also heard that that it was forfeiture funds. Isn't that available? I mean, isn't that allowable?
Well, the forfeiture fund is a separate fund. It's traditionally been used for helping subsidize police costs, like buying equipment or even vehicles and things at the city, so that the general fund is not needing to spend as much. And so it's always been police centered. but it still is a fund that is owned by the city and needs, for smaller purchases, city manager approval to use, or for larger amounts, it would be the council. And that direction had not been given, but even if those funds were used without direction, we need them refunded. And so, again, there's, I think, general support that idea of the horses. I think the community loves it and everything. It's just timing when we have to prioritize, which is hard to do. The thought is maybe in a future date when, if there's funds available, council could consider if they want to support it. But at this point, there was no direction given to use city funds, be they affid forfeiture or general fund, to cover costs. And so that's been rectified.
Thank you for clarifying that.
And to just to clarify, in all direction that was explained to us is that all of that was covered through the police funding themselves, or the police officer funding. So that was the reason for our statement.
Roll call. Motion.
Councilmember Avalos? Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Davila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rios?
Yes.
Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right. And we are adjourned.
Mr. Meeting?
Now we have to do the
So
closed
let's
session.
do that. I think I have a request I'd like to make of the council on that.
Is that an urgency for us to go back?
We need to come back, but we don't, my request, why don't we call it the special city council meeting?
Yeah, so let's go ahead and reopen the special city council meeting for our closed session item number 1.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, my request is that we simply put over the discussion of these two matters to our next city council meeting, given the hour of the night here.
Okay.
So I think that since we're going to put it over, no action is going to be taken. We're withdrawing those items, and we'll just bring those back in 2 weeks. And we'll add them on to the city council agenda at that time.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and move this to the next city council meeting.
So we're moving it and adjourning.
To,
special city council.
That's correct.
to the next special city council meeting.
That's correct. And now
All
you
right.
can recess
And we can recess. Thank you.
Okay.
if you'd like.
Yes.
Of course.
Sorry. Second, good night. Go home a little early.